I have hit the
Everybody
record
ready?
button.
All right, Lucky's recording on that end. Audio's rolling. I am receiving audio signals.
Beep,
They're
beep, beep,
forming
beep, beep,
waves.
beep.
They are blue. Okay. Sorry. That was slightly rushed because I was like, oh wait, we want to recap? Okay, let's get the recording rolling for people at home because God
Yeah.
knows when the time lag on this is. This could be tomorrow or it could be a week from now. We really don't know.
I'm sorry.
Who
It
knows?
doesn't even matter if Lucky uploads it too. I might just forget. I've occasionally forgot to like post them to people as well.
Oh no.
Anyway,
Right, I didn't buy anything.
Oh, there's the
there's
dust.
that coughing I was talking about.
Yep.
It waited till I was rolling a mic.
As it always does.
Sorry, there's a little bit of
Dust.
dust in my lungs. It's okay.
I did get a test.
I had to
today.
vacuum my room and stuff today. It's
I haven't had coughing issues for like.
it's
a
a
month or
it's
two.
a satisfying feeling to like dust all your surfaces and get the vacuum out, but also it usually means I breathe like shit for the rest of the day.
Yeah, no, I
Anyway.
get that.
Last time, you guys mostly stood around and asked people questions and bonked things with wrenches and
Yes.
played amateur CSI, but at the end there was way too much exposition.
Maybe
That's me.
it's up to
I
you.
know. I say way too much exposition on myself, but that's okay. We were all doing stuff.
Yeah.
But the general conclusion was you met up with some nomads after meeting up with some other nomads, and after finding some dead nomads, a lot of nomads in this story, and determined through a combination of rolling enough perception checks over and over again at the problem that you actually found clues, and talking to people, that indeed there's probably some kind of separatist / Mandalorian mercenary squad doing bad things, causing trouble in your neighborhood,
The ruckus.
as they say. And you're gonna get in one little fight, and your mom's gonna get scared, and then you're gonna move in with your auntie and uncle in Bel Air. To complete the reference. Anyway, as a result of you then discussing this and getting your intel, you spoke to the nomads who were all grouped up in a little big swap meet they've got going on. You know, it's just a casual couple dozen crawlers.
Yeah, I'm pretty
hanging
sure
out,
that's gonna
having a
take
party.
that. God damn it, Buster.
But their conclusion was basically because you talked to a couple of community leaders, including Exit and Gil, who is the captain of the tanker truck that they've got, which is very important. They need the go juice.
Get up and go.
Basically, they came back to you and were like, hey, so these guys are causing problems, but we are industrial nomads, so we don't really have shooty bang bang vehicles.
I'm sorry. I'm just thinking I'm just thinking about the Skyrim. You know, it's like, oh, but I'm just this wee humble merchant, and then just dragon shows up and the guy just throws shit down, rip him with his shirt, and just like, come at me, motherfucker.
Oh yeah, that,
No, you just that Khajiit who's selling you wares if you have coin just suddenly double fists magic and starts hucking fireballs.
Yeah. But no, yes.
Scaling stats are wild, y'all. Anyway, yeah. So basically, they're like, "Hey, listen, we don't have any shooty bang bang vehicles, and these guys clearly mean business. So we would love to help you, but we need spare vehicles, which either means you gotta wait. What was it? We decided 3 days, I think, was we calculated.
Yes.
Yeah, about 3 days for your own heavy armored vehicle to show up, which will obviously give you a heck of a platform to work from. Not that you're not planning on waiting for it to show up overall anyway, because it's full of trade goods you want to hand to people.
Yep.
But also, it has gun and thing.
Big
thing
gun.
So that's kind of where you're at with that. Or they also suggested to you an alternate, which is they do have some nearby raiders or vultures, as they call them, in a vehicle called a raid runner, which is basically like a over juiced up, not really ice crawler, but like ice runner vehicle on big jumbo tires that supposedly has guns or something hooked on it. It's intended to be like a light combat vehicle, well, light in nomad terms anyway, and would be sufficiently speedy and defending that you could actually,
Oh, excuse me.
The nomads could, or hell, the raider's still on it. Bless you.
Heck.
bless you.
Aramaa's getting used to the cold air. But this raid runner could basically be used by you or the nomads or the raiders or whatever as a mobile scouting platform that could actually do it in a fight, and means nobody has to risk any of their real vehicles, which are also kind of their livelihood. Additionally, because Lucky is thorough, God, every time I tab over to read my fucking notes, somebody's posting a new GIF and you guys are just laughing it up.
I'm sorry.
You're
Nice
killing
going,
me,
Lucky
Smalls.
Loth. Nice going.
But also because primarily Lucky refuses to leave any stone unturned in a plot thread.
That's how I do.
There was also talk of going to see the local Springfolk village. Local, I mean, it's still about a day-ish. I think it was like a day's worth, like not a full day-night cycle.
We did
but
discuss if we used the speeders,
day's worth
if
of
we
travel
used our
for,
speeders, we could make it there within like an afternoon.
Yeah, basically a day. Like I said, a daylight's worth of travel, not a full day cycle. You know, it would be a whole day trip to go there and back, but you could go there and back on your speeders. They're fast.
I think our goal was we would go to the vulture camp and then use their vehicle to get to the Springfolk.
Yes, because we were fortunate, and they are not up in opposite directions.
No, they are not in opposite directions. There's no like laser beam through line, but they're in the same general cardinal direction. So
yeah, so it's like we have to like swerve off. Like if like we're gonna go straight to Springfolk to hit the vulture cap, we have to like take a curve.
Yeah, but that's
Detour will be
luckily
making
again
work.
not that hard because you guys are in your freakos, your freezing cold swoop bikes, which are
Freezing cold.
repulsor vehicles and insulated, so it's pretty easy to do your loops. It's just you do have a small problem of you can't take any extra people with you because you're fully loaded.
Honestly, I don't know who else. Well,
I mean, depending on how you leave the scene of the raider camp. I've met you guys.
Sorry, sir. I just did what I was told.
But yeah. Oh, that'll do you. Well, that'll do you great in the new regime, Camo.
Oh no. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Just following orders.
Oh, yeah. That was the joke, but you made it hurt.
All right.
That's
But,
what makes it funny.
So that was basically your plan. I think that was before you guys did a sleep, and then we're gonna do a sleep because we don't really need to get in detail about your sleeps.
Yeah.
You guys could throw out your tents. There are a couple of rather than stumble back to their vehicles, some of the nomads basically are pitching. Probably they're still probably communal, but like big tent sleeps where everybody after a decent day of partying and drinking and whatever, they can just crawl in a nice warm tent. They've got space heaters. Or you can make your way back to the vehicle you guys rescued, because the collective community of nomads have still not decided exactly what they're doing with it. It's got some very useful machine shop parts, but that means they've got to build together a crew who can actually man it. So they'll figure it out. And we can basically start out on your next day.
Cool. So, get up. Get on, get out there.
Get some space coffee in us.
Yep.
Spoffy.
Spoffy.
Yes.
Spaff.
On the helmet.
Spaff.
I'll take a Spock up.
Yeah,
Just
where's the, just ask it, hey, where's the nearest space books?
Shocking, there's a space bucks in the back of the galley truck now.
It's like
But
franchising.
it was previously established there. Not only do you guys have cattle, but there is actually calf on the nomad vehicle. So yeah,
Calf,
because you can buy what is it, like calf powder or something?
I think it's called stem calf.
Yeah, you can get like stem calf powder.
Yeah.
There's been a couple of space copy nouns over the years in Star Wars, but there is actually literally an item on the gear list which is like instant coffee.
Yeah,
to go.
stem calf.
So-
It's like 3 credits.
Yeah, no. So, while it's probably not the best, like, dehydrated and packaged, they have access to calf. So you drink your stem calf.
Drink the stem calf, get breakfast. Do we have any meat left over from the...
What did we say it was? How many
should.
days?
think
We had a
3
bunch of
3
days.
days
fish,
of
too.
rations?
Yeah, no, but if I don't want to eat rations. Do you want to eat rations?
No, I mean like the food was like 3 days of worth
Yeah, it
of
was like
ration.
3 days, and I
Yeah.
think
We
I
did
think
a
we still,
steak, and then it was
Yeah,
like
this
kind
is
of
this is
Think
the
of it-
start of day
think
3. You
this
still got
way.
some meat, and
I
I
know.
don't think you've got into your fish at all.
Think
yeah.
of it this way: it's something to go with the rations to give that extra flavor.
I mean, if I'm pretty sure if we like, what are the rations? Are they just like fucking bricks?
I don't.
Hardtack.
Yeah, okay, yeah, then no.
I
We're,
don't-
we're
I don't
totally making a
think-
fucking stew. We're gonna boil some water. We're gonna throw in that meat. Then we're gonna throw in the rations and fuck. What is that nomad secret spice? Splash.
Well, does it only hardtack and plant mercenary?
Yeah.
Well,
I
hardtack is
hear
a
rations,
universal
I
term.
assume
Okay.
hardtack.
Yeah. But we'll make ourselves a breakfast
Unless
stew.
you want to go into a deep dive on MRE's axe.
Hey, I love
Fair enough.
Mari's.
Well, okay, so I think at least the ration packet. Actual ration packs are basically the rations we see in Force Awakens. So you get like instant bread and meat, just add water. So it's dehydrated, vacuum packed shit.
Okay.
Yeah, fuck it. We're gonna throw that shit into the
Food.
stew anyway. Fuck it.
Eat some Empress bread.
Anyway, breakfast acquired. Everyone, check your gear. Make sure everything is functional. Check your weapons. Check your armor. Actually, shoot. Oh, shit. We
What?
would have to trade, wouldn't we?
Yeah.
Boots, I think you need a hecking body glove.
You want to get him extra insulation?
Yeah. Well, because he's only removing like one black, right?
I believe so. Yes.
I
Yeah.
didn't know why you didn't get it. I just don't.
Well, he just took the standard issue.
He
armor
took the
and didn't
standard
fuck
issue
with it.
armor and was just like, I'm fine with this. He was not fine with this.
Well, he's been mostly fine. He eliminates a lot of black dice from a couple of different checks.
Yeah, I know, but I want to just make sure he's at that 2 black.
There.
minimum.
By the way, the alternative is as seen in Empire Strikes Back. Luke has some energy bar type ration bar shit. So yeah, it's you're eating space protein bars or space MREs.
Protein.
like nothing like. So like nothing like that makes you want to kind of vomit like hardtack at times, but
No,
nothing great.
Imperial Army rations are described that way, but they don't exist yet. That is a nutritional paste which everybody hates. It tastes
Okay.
like cardboard. But
Cardboard.
I
I
believe the standard issue kind of rations issued to like clone troopers and stuff are still using the like survival kit, dry bars or dehydrated shit.
well,
The thing is, a stick of Imperial Army rations lasts you like a week,
yeah.
Gotcha.
but it will nutritionalize you, but you hate yourself basically. It's much like hardtack in that response.
Okay.
Anyway, I know I can't use credits, but we do have some stuff for trade.
We could trade some of the fish if we really.
We don't have any
wanted.
fish.
Now you've got fish.
Oh, we have fish.
You haven't broken into fish.
Oh, we haven't broken into the fish. Okay.
Yeah, it never brings it up when we have food most of the time.
Okay.
I mentioned it earlier. I mentioned you still had your
Yeah, I
fish.
just meant like the
A
previous
lot of
one.
us were talking at once though.
Okay.
But no, you've still got a cooler full of those. No, what was it? Few pounds of fish.
Few pounds
It
of
was
fish.
like enough for like all of us to eat for like a day or two, or maybe more.
Let's see. We
Yeah,
also...
probably like a day worth. I think you got like one or
Where
two
did I
pizzas.
put it?
I did pretty well in that check to fish most of it.
So you've got a cooler full of fish, which are still fresh for obvious reasons.
Oh wait, that's right. We also used one of the fire pastes earlier, so I need to remember that. And fuck it, let's take down the ration too because we probably use that shit. Okay. Anyway, so with the fish, yeah, let's see if we can trade maybe some fish rations and fire paste, and see if anyone has a body glove extra.
Alrighty. What is the rarity of yonder body glove?
Let me pull up gear and Control F. That is the wrong. It's for you, Loth.
Body glove of rarity 4.
Yes.
Okay, 4. Sorry, I got lost in my own knock list for a second. Is that? That's 4.
Do I have anything else I might be willing to trade? No, I don't. I don't keep a lot of extra shit on me. I really don't. I carry a
So
mouth.
food is like rarity 0, but fire paste 1. What's the credit value of a body?
It's like 700.
Yeah.
We might not have. I guess if we need to, we could probably trade. Oh wait, what? How much is the fucking plasteel tents though? Plastic.
Also, I got a decent question.
Hmm.
Can boots wear a body glove? It's E2.
It can be wear under armor.
Yeah, but I don't unless Marth sees a specific note that it removes that's encumbrance when you're wearing it. It's still E2.
Oh, okay.
That's different than what you told me earlier, so I guess I have to mark that in mine.
I don't remember the specific conversation, but I am making sure now.
So I'm now 14 out
Body
of 19.
glove can be worn under armor or clothing and removes 1 flag, but does not say anything about.
Loth, what is your encumbrance value right now?
He says he's max. He typing because he eating.
I meant his number. Okay, 17.
Which is pretty goo. I mean, I think that, like, the only thing he's missing is maybe like an extra utility belt or some shit. It's
Yeah.
I think we have the same strength rating.
Let's see. So, well, Lucky, you have the encumbrance to spare anyway, right?
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm fine. I just went from 12 to 14, and my max is 19.
The bearing harness, military.
What's the? Hold on. Let me. I will double check some things. Just to, yeah, no, wearing a thermal cloak is E2 as well. Okay, I think that's fair. That's the E2 on the body glove isn't weird or anything. He's got some of his shit stashed in holders and things, but no, it's like the armor is like probably 3 or 4, reduced down to like 1.
Night, that was her name.
Rifle is like,
How much does your weapons weigh?
They're heavy. He has a big old shotgun and a big old rifle.
Yeah, I guess we just can't figure
yeah,
out.
I don't know what
mitigate the weight.
number 8 is rated at off the top of my head, but the
Oh yeah,
the
big old-
PC-58 carbine is
E5, okay.
what, like 3 or 4?
Oh man, we can't even really stash that anywhere. That gun's huge.
Yeah, it's based on the actual like scattergun.
I mean, real talk, Love, you don't really run into
You used to
melee
ship-
ever.
Okay, yeah, you're carrying an E2 shock prod. That's probably not that much.
Yeah. Like I'm pretty sure, honestly, I'm pretty sure we like just through. Yeah, we do. We have enough space. In
Okay,
the...
so I want to call an audible though, since I'm double checking my own notes. I think I did. I maybe did a misread. Number 8 should probably be only E4 tops. I was just double checking some of the other scattergun weapons. They're like 3 or 4. So yeah, no, it's probably only be because it's like really well made and stuff.
Oh,
I think
sexy.
actually being superior lower your encumbrance. That's probably
It
only
does.
On armor.
I think it's only armor.
Only on armor. Okay.
Yes,
I
on
think
weapons and
it's,
ingredients.
There's some
uh,
mods you can do
superior-
or some craftsmanships you can do in Genesis systems to do. But anyway, yeah. So it should probably still only be 4. So you've got +1. The E2 shock rod though is probably killing you.
Yeah. Like
Yeah,
we have
experience
space in the speeder bikes. Just stick it in there for now.
Yeah. So yeah, 4 probably sounds better. There is like I think there's like a huge scatter blaster that's like 6, but that's a
Like the
laser
shock
shotgun.
prod's useful, my dude, but you don't use it.
I carry a melee weapon, but that's because
Well, you use your
I have
melee
a-
weapon.
I have a thing before it. Also because
Well,
I only
yeah,
have a
no,
sidearm,
being,
and I don't have 2 main
the-
rifles, so like I can make
I'm
it.
pretty sure Axis is married to his Beskar sword.
well, also part of that is because he did end up taking the clone veteran tree because it had a lot of other stuff for him, but that also has a melee focus. I think that's the only way you can get good at melee as a clone.
Yeah, because it gives you a thing where your melee and your brawl is just your crit rating becomes basically becomes 1 against droids. It's like
Okay,
a
but all right,
pretty
with that
there.
audible called, he does definitely have like extra encumbrance free for the body glove.
Yeah.
Now back to figuring out the relative trade values.
Yeah, honestly,
Right.
now that I think about it, like even if I were to give up all our patient packs, it still wouldn't technically come up to the cost of it.
No, let's see. That would. I think the question would be if you can talk somebody into it.
Well,
Okay.
well, actually, they're pretty communal. Do you think someone we can like?
I mean, the thing is with that is that Boots clearly has cold weather gear on. It's just not as he doesn't have that extra layer, right? So
Nope.
it's still a bit nippy.
Now remember, we're this is barter economy, my dude. This is the
You
main
do
reason.
though have some because as far as I know, nobody said they like gave them up or returned them. You do have a couple of like forged ingots which are used in the barter economy here.
That is true, but I
do
don't
have
know
some
how
of
much they're.
those,
I don't know how much they're worth.
I wonder what they'd accepted like those stimulants they made us this one time. I still
I
have
mean, I can
those.
make. What do you want me to make them drugs?
No, I mean I already have some. I still have stuff on me. We could just.
Oh, that's a very good question about the. See, this is by the way another thing that the game is not really rated for is like what's the value of a thing I made? Presumably, this is so player characters don't just turn themselves into a factory where they make magic items and sell them, basically. But
Yeah.
it is a legit question right now. What's the trade value of a stimulant Aramaa made?
Because I have the
So,
one that has like the force thing, but I don't think that matters to most people here.
Well, also
No.
to be fair, I don't think I can make any out here. Well, I would have to do some fucking survival checks to find.
Yeah, you'd have to
ingredients.
gather some supplies.
I mean,
Or
I
trade with
okay.
them more. Okay. Let's simplify this a little. So you need to find somebody who's got one to trade,
Yes.
and then barter with them.
Mhm.
What's the rarity for the body glove normally again? It was 4.
Yes.
Okay, so that is normally a is it check, or is that average at 4?
0, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. Average. Yes.
No, because you said 0, 1.
Yeah. 0, 1.
0, 1, 2, 3.
0, 1. 0, 1 is
Isn't that-
simple, and then 2, 3 would be easy.
Okay.
Then
Yeah.
4,
Okay, so it
5.
is still average.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So go ahead and make me an average negotiation check
Whoop, whoop.
with any of your appropriate modifiers. This will represent you finding somebody who is willing to barter for a body glove equivalent,
Body glove
because
equivalent.
they do have various levels of insulation gear and things. So
It could just be like bull shark fur or like some lining you could put in or something.
Yeah, you want a fur trimmed.
Interior.
Yeah.
I mean, it would be a combination of like long johns plus some extra insulating layers, some of which may be wool fiber, others might be polymers they've got.
Huh.
Let's go with 5, 6.
Success reduces the cost rate.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's go with.
All success.
No, let's go. Let's actually fuck it. Yeah, let's just dump it all into success. Let's go 8, 3.
All right, so that's 8 total successes.
So it's like a 35%
Um,
discount. If it's like
yeah,
20% versus the
so-
one.
How much fire paste do you guys have?
9.
Fire paste. That's what, 3 a pop?
Actually, I think it's like 20 a pop, but let me double check.
Is it 20? 20's a lot better, especially considering.
Fire.
No, fire paste is 3 credits, rarity 1.
God damn it, I was wrong. What was I looking at? That was 20 then.
Food prep station.
Ah, it's right below it. That's why.
Yeah.
I'm blind.
Your hot plate is worth 20 credits. That's still, roughly, it's rare, obviously, so it's probably, you're getting like the rough equivalent of the value doubling to about 5 per.
Can we make a down payment and say we'll be good for it when we get back?
Possibly. Hold on. I'm going to do some gorilla math, as I tend to do. 6. So you're looking.
Sometimes it's weird when it feels like I'm the only one that can do math quickly.
You're not.
I cannot, but I have a calculator right here for that purpose. Yeah, okay, so let's see. Your fire pastes are worth, about 45-ish, 50 credits worth of value. You're looking at about 10 times that worth. But you do have your fish. So, if you give the guy the fish, the ingots, right?
Mm-hmm.
And probably throw in a couple of fire paste for good measure, he can get you the body glove.
Well, I'm okay with
This
that.
is, I will say, with this level of success and advantage, you know that in terms of like raw economic value, that is not a 1-for-1,
Mhm.
but you've rolled enough raw success and got enough advantage, right, to find a person in a amicable bargaining position who is willing to trade for those items.
It's like, hey, I met you last night. We partied, we drank. You told good stories. Yeah, I got deals for you.
Yeah, you are the Ice Fisher Puncher.
Fish puncher.
Yeah, because this is actually, we can say that this is a very decent facsimile of the kind of body gloves you guys bought on the mainland.
Mm.
You know, like the fabrication techniques are probably a little less sophisticated, but it's still, you know, warm woolen flannel fibers, insulating layers,
Yeah.
waterproofed. You know.
So yeah, yeah, we still got a few fire. We still got several fire paste. We'll be fine. So yeah, I'll trade that fish and what was
Cooler.
Cooler.
Metal.
Metal ingots. Thank you. And
Slap the cooler. Slap the ice cream maker filled with ingots. What? That's a long running joke. There's an ice cream maker prop that's used in Empire Strikes Back that comes back in Mandalorian that they hold stuff in. But yeah, so you give him the fish, you give him a couple fire paste canisters, tablets, bags, whatever the fuck it comes in.
I don't know.
Tubes.
I'm assuming tubes.
It's probably tubes like caulk or something.
Mhm.
Or toothpaste. Don't get your fire paste and your toothpaste confused, guys. So yeah, and he boots a nice shiny homemade body glove. No, not that tubes.
We should probably get going.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
anyway. Let's check the maps, make sure we have a proper way.
It only took us 30 minutes.
I'm sorry. It was
No,
done-
it's okay. It was still, that was definitely like a complex issue.
We had to like.
I don't
We
want
also
my
had
boy...
to like unpack how much what Loth's carrying. Shit.
It's true. We had a couple of diversions in there. It was like, okay. One.
Look, now he
can
actually
you
has a free
carry
encumbrance.
a body glove. Correct. Yeah, he has a free point of encumbrance right now.
Yeah.
All right, you set up.
We set out. We head to the bandit camp.
Yes.
Whoosh.
You have map data. I will not require you to make any rolls to navigate.
We're doing weather.
What the weather's like?
Wasn't I rolling for that?
Well, I mean, there is narrative dice, but it's not. I don't think, strictly speaking, you're supposed to roll to determine the weather.
Okay, that's what we did last time.
But
Yeah,
you can do it as part of your survival check. But for now, just without any additional like predicting or anything, you look out on the morn, and it looks like it's going to be pretty clear for a while.
All right, cool.
So, yeah, I don't think there's really any need to go ham on like you guys having to make piloting checks. I think you know your location. There's no weird there's no weather or weird environmental conditions which would inhibit you. You just drive in a straight line.
It's just gonna take a few hours.
We just do a side wipe. Yeah, in your what are the swoops, like speed 2?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like I'm not exactly sure the speed scale is supposed to work, but I think in terms of a chase, like a human is speed, like a person is speed 1, so that's like at least double your walking speed. At least. So, yeah, no. It's a humble couple of hours scooch. Scoot. All right. Okay, so you guys pull up to the little culvert you're looking for. There's kind of a little dip, not quite a valley, but like a depression, you know, a little trough in the snow where either, you know, there's an old glacial formation or snow drifts, whatever. There's a couple of small rocky outcroppings, one of which forms a small natural overhang or cave, right? And you guys can spot from a distance away some big tire tracks. What are you doing?
We are going to slow down.
Yeah.
So, first off, we have big tracks. Probably leading to where we
Yes.
need to go. Probably. Not 100%, but probably. I have a good feeling about this.
Yeah.
Now, before we actually roll up into their camp, we have to decide how we're going to handle this. Because, one, they're bandits. They're bandits. They're not the greatest of people. But they're also people trying to survive out here in a, look at white wasteland. Not a great place, so I am little not inclined to, go in there.
The breeze dramatically picks up, and some snow past your feet.
Mm-hmm. So I'm not necessarily inclined to, go in there, beat them all up, break their stuff, and ride off into the wastes. But we do need that thing. So ideas.
One idea I had in mind was we just walk in and in charge and basically just set terms and then like basically show that like they shouldn't basically question us. But
Well, that is definitely a show of force and personality. But what kind of terms would you think? Like I said, we can basically say that we could say that we are the Grand Republic Army and we require these vehicles, and if they don't like it, we will punch them.
also because we're dealing with people that are probably like ruining anything that you would probably actually get from using your stuff.
Like I said, like these people, like as I said, I don't think these people are. Well, actually, they could be hardened fucking Camelos who might, kill babies and steal people's wives. I don't fucking know. But I think
Yeah, you don't really know anything about them other than they're in that cave over there.
Mm-hmm. But this is just kind of feeling the Nomad camp didn't seem necessarily fussed to go deal with them either.
Yeah, more like the
so
outcasts.
the impression they gave you was that the raider culture is basically their equivalent to criminals, and also probably the Springfolk's equivalent to criminals, because there's basically only two things you can do out here in the wilderness. It's exile or stab you.
Mm-hmm.
So if you get kicked out of your village, you have to live somehow. There are probably like nomad and Springfolk oogie booga boogeyman stories about like lone wanderers and stuff. It's also you die. It's not real common. Usually you die. Or at the very least, they would probably have to go like more southerly and like get closer to the coast. So while yes, these people do not fit into their normal social groupings for all the various reasons people don't, you did get the impression that like in my notes I've written that the best way to think of these guys is they're basically land pirates, right?
Okay.
Like yes, they will probably kill a guy if he fights back. And they might start a fight over booze, but also they're not like Firefly Reavers or anything, or like,
Fallout Raiders.
Crazy Fallout super mutants.
Okay, so, here's an idea. We do have a vehicle coming in a few days with supplies. Honestly, we might be able to actually hit a couple of birds with one stone here.
Earmark them some supplies?
Yeah, we'll earmark them some supplies and get them... And we'll earmark them some supplies because, like I said, we have luxury food, medicine, and parts. Like
They might want that a lot.
Yeah, well, actually...
that probably consists of most of the things they steal to live, so yeah.
Yeah. So if we could basically earmark them those 3 crates and maybe extract... and, not maybe punch their lights in.
Yeah, just
punch lights in, maybe we can, like... Not necessarily...
And I will say, collateral-wise, you got to remember, everybody should remember this. I'm sure Lucky's thinking about this, but everybody should keep this in mind.
Mhm.
You want to secure the vehicle for sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you don't want to cause too much of a ruckus.
Yeah.
And ideally, you want also whatever cargo is on the vehicle, whether, like they should have some, they called them motor skis. Like they should have some snowmobiles
Mhm.
type vehicles. They may have ammunition and stuff. You guys haven't actually like looked too closely at what you're looking at in there. So you don't necessarily know if you can see any kind of weapon mounts on the outside yet. But
The situation of like we should probably walk in with like holding our guns and our fists, and then basically show that like we'll put up a fight, but we're not here to fight.
Well, yeah, no, we
And
need to we need to walk in with the authority of we're in charge.
And then
stride
just set
boldly with
terms,
purpose.
and then
Yes.
basically tell them we're gonna give them something if they let us borrow something from them for a few days.
Well, for an indeterminable amount of time. We don't know how
for
long.
enough
it's gonna-
time until we leave.
Payment is coming in a few days.
Yes.
Yes.
Payment will be coming.
How
in
much
if you-
how much you need them, you don't know. But
Yeah. And,
And also,
if I,
I mean, like to sweeten the deal, you could also throw in the other thing they definitely need, which is you do know that the nomads you guys are hanging out with have a tanker truck. You could probably swing a like I'm not gonna say for free, but you could probably swing a negotiation for them to fuel up as well, at least while they're helping you as an additional
Well,
trade good.
yeah, but then then I would definitely want them to agree to a fucking what's the term I want to say?
Ceasefire?
Yeah, ceasefire
Perhaps?
for at least for a while.
Like
well,
a
I
week
think
or
I think
two,
I think
maybe
I
a
think I think that would be some good terms. We give you supplies, we'll get you access to the tanker truck and to the tanker trunk, but they have to give us the vehicle and they have to do a temporary ceasefire on their illicit activities for a while. I think
That's probably fair.
yeah. All right, but
Alright.
as I said, so everyone, let's pull up nice and slow. And I
Alright.
said we will dismount. We will make ourselves known. We're not running in, shooting, hollering, and banging, but stride purposely, guns in hands, and we will go make contact.
Alright.
I will say
I
everyone,
probably should have done this while you were talking, but I thought you guys might ask questions first. So, I need to go pee real quick,
Oh, go for it.
so I'm gonna pause it.
Go for it.
Okay.
I'm also gonna cough.
Like I said, guys,
But I'll be back.
even if they are unruly or whatnot, try to rein in your tempers and not pull the trigger until.
All right.
This might sound weird, but don't fire unless they fire first.
Fair enough.
Don't worry, this is a delicate situation. I will say nothing.
I will say this is a decent. I feel like this is a decent plan so far.
Yes. Oh, what? Actually, think most of my other plans have not been great.
No, it's more of like, oh, I actually contribute to a plan.
Oh yeah, I was just double checking my credits map. I apparently have 16,000 right now. Oh wait,
They got a lot
that's
of reason.
oh right, that's because of the cutback.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. I wonder if there's a gift for walk like a boss. Hang on, let me see here. I'm gonna type that in here.
Of
Probably
course.
wrong idea.
That's how Boots strides up to the camp.
Wait, hold on. Oh, Jesus.
And I'm gonna look up for another one. That was just like one.
Nice
of
armor though.
the Or like this.
Yeah, kinda. Kind of what we're doing here.
to stride boldly forth.
Yep. Oh, Omega's back.
Okay, switching. All right, I'm back.
Yeah.
I'm going to unpause.
He unpauses.
We're going. All right, so you guys stride boldly with purpose.
Yes.
Yes.
You see and you see this first. In the cavern, there is a large wheeled vehicle,
Mhm.
not tracked. Got a pretty bulky design. It is similar in size and shape to this thing, though obviously it does not have the big honking, super deformed gun on top.
Yep.
And would probably look a little bit more raiderier. I'm trying to think. It's probably a gray, it's like a slate gray color.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think how you do winter camo. It's probably patterned.
It's
Break up
usually
sight lines.
yeah. It'd probably be either white to gray splotches, or just up and down streaks.
Yeah, with some slightly aggressive paint jobbing in places, shall we say?
Mhm.
They're not exactly talented artists. There's also some like extra bits of armor plating that were clearly not on whatever this vehicle started as standard bolted on.
Mhm.
And even from a distance, because this thing's roughly Sil 4. And by roughly, I mean exactly Sil 4, because silhouettes are vague in dimension, not in number. But even from a distance, you guys can see that this thing has some obvious weapon mounts on it. It looks like in basically the four corners, like back starboard, back port, and also on the front half. It has what look like maybe harpoon mounts.
Oh, wow.
They don't look like blasters. You think they look like magnapoon or spear point mounts.
I mean, if you gotta catch fucking convoys, that'd be the way to do it.
But on the top of this thing, there is a obvious double-barreled anti-air cannon.
Oh.
It looks like an antique. Like, the Separatists do actually use flak guns, like physical flak explosives,
Oh, scary.
as anti-personnel and anti-air weapons. This is a scaled-down version of something like that. It's probably a couple hundred years old, at least in design, if not in make. And you guys can see the big, long, chains of the shells going in to the gun. But yeah, they've got an actual, small caliber AA gun on there. Yes, there is a single embellishment on the front of it. There is a spray painted red angry man face.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Just a circle with slanted eyes and a V for a mouth, an upside down V.
Cute.
Angry face. That is what you see first. Also, you see, they have a couple of small campfires set out, and you see probably outside half a dozen of these guys, which just they look a lot like the nomads you've run into, only in addition to their like snowsuits and stuff. First of all, every one of them is armed in some fashion. They've got big bulky slug thrower pistols at their hips or rifles slung over a shoulder. A couple of guys appear to be carrying shock batons or something, or big scary jagged sharp knives. And some of them are wearing something resembling an effort to armor. Like whether that's like you see one guy who's clearly just put steel plates in his pocket, right?
Do what you can.
There's another guy who looks like he's tied part of a cast iron stove to the front of his snowsuit. To actually, a couple of these guys have probably grossly out of date, but actually look like they've got some flak jackets or plasteel armor plates actually like thrown over their gear. And they just they're minding their own business. One guy's got a spear and he's like poking the fire with the pointy end. You guys just roll up. How do you announce yourselves?
Oh, I have a collar ramp. So I'll switch that on, and
there's that brief, lovely sound of new mic feedback. Beep.
And just call out,
Sup, nerds?
I will ask, who is in charge here? I wish to discuss business.
Hide your kids, hide your wives.
Okay. They are slightly concerted.
Yes, they should be.
Everybody kind of scrambles up, looks around, reaches for their weapons, notices you guys are armed but not actively engaging them. Let me adjust my mic arm position a little so it's not quite as in front of my mouse. And everybody kind of shuffles around a little, like they kind of rada for a second.
Mhm.
They're not sure what to do.
Mhm.
Then a loud female voice calls out from under the vehicle, and you see basically slide down a ladder another nomad person nomad, slides down. What you immediately notice is that slung over the back of her shoulder is a giant fucking sword. She calls out to you, "I'm in charge here."
Right. I will strode purposely through the camp towards her and then completely ignore all these armed men.
They do their best, you know, scum and villainy
intimidating.
look, just kind of their best Hollywood pirate. Looks.
One of them gets
You
almost
know,
like,
one of them pulls out his knife and starts obviously sharpening it.
They're trying to save face.
One guy accidentally steps in the fire and rapidly steps out, has to shake his foot out.
Is this actually kind of intimidating to be walking through?
war dance.
I mean, you guys have faced more dangerous combat situations, but there are like at least half a dozen armed motherfuckers surrounding you completely. They don't like get up in your grill, but like
Okay, they're
you
not trying
are
to-
walking into a cluster.
Okay, okay.
Not like fear check time, but definitely like, hey, if this goes wrong, you are immediately going to be fighting like 6 guys.
Yeah, okay. All right.
Stroll up. The woman just kind of stands there, arms folded in front of the vehicle.
Mhm.
And who are you?
And it's like, actually, hang on. Do I want to? I won't go full title. I am Jedi Knight Aramaa, and I am here to discuss potential business with you.
Jedi business.
Oh, Wizard Harry.
Chuckling.
It's like, yes.
Kind of pushes up her goggles. Jedi were only fairy stories.
Just because they're stories doesn't mean they're not real.
All right, she kind of nods, look you guys up and down. You know, you got a couple clone troopers with you.
Mhm.
You got a Trandoshan.
I do have like 2 lightsabers just dangling from my belt.
Yeah.
I don't hide them.
You've got a couple extra Jedi,
I don't think
They
most of them
look-
have seen a Selonian.
vaguely Jedi. Yeah, I mean, you got a giant space otter. That's weird.
Anyway, but I will continue on. It's like we're recently been doing some operations in this area. There's Aramaa will look around to her crew. Well, I mean, this person's crew, the pirate's crew. I mean,
Yeah.
and just be like certain dangers out and about other than the usual kind. And we have a vested interest in stopping it.
They're very smug
Yeah, I bet
when
they
you
are.
say usual kind.
So, when talking,
We've gone
with-
from pirate and are starting to approach us Beavis and Butthead levels.
I had that thought in the back of my head.
But Aramaa continues, and we have been talking with locals to basically flush out the trouble, but they require a bit more firepower. And Aramaa will very pointedly direct her face at the vehicle.
Kind of smirks because like, you know, pushed up her snow goggles and like pulled on her face covering so
Mhm.
she can speak clearly.
Mhm.
Just kind of smirks a little bit and says, "Oh, I."
Listen, Lucky's been reading fucking Poison River and how they do fucking barbs and stuff with language has been influencing me a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, it works.
It happens.
Inkari is not a space samurai though.
No, she's
she
not.
introduces herself, by the way. She says that she's Inkari.
Mhm.
This is her crew.
Mhm.
So you're after the raid runner.
That I am.
All right. It's not good for much else but scouting and fighting, so that makes sense. Curious that bring a Jedi to my den, but you want to do business, we can do business.
Inkari.
Just kind of, wraps the handle of her big sword. And I have my own particular way of dealing with welchers.
I
All right.
do not know the term. Welchers. I feel like I should, though. Hang on.
It's just the whatever grammar term for welching on a bet.
Ah, okay.
I just said it with a slight space accent.
Ah.
Understandable. Oh, that's how it's spelled. That's why I don't understand it.
Sure. Don't welch.
When someone refuses a payment, we say if they welched on it. Expressed in an 1860s horse racing slang. And is very likely an insult towards the Welsh people. Wild. Anyway.
That's okay. I'm very English.
Mm-hmm. So.
Well, I'm not that English, but I'm like 50%.
Mm-hmm.
I'm super Anglo, guys. But yeah, so she'll basically kind of, they're land pirates or whatever, but she would understand basic hospitality. She's like, why don't we step inside out of the wind? There's not really that much wind.
But still,
and
yes.
talk.
Yeah. Gradually.
You guys go up the ladder. Clunk, 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 clunk.
I'm gonna motion. What?
Go ahead.
I'm gonna motion for Boots and Camo to stand guard and look intimidating.
Of course.
All right. You guys stand there.
Right.
By the ladder. All right, so the Jedi and the lizard go up the ladder. You guys are greeted by, first of all, a cramped, slightly dirty, a lot of like oil smudges and stuff in here. A little bit of dust, and also about looks like maybe another dozen guys. Or half dozen guys, something like that. So there's maybe, between 15 and 20-ish of them tops. You don't have an exact head count, we'll say. But you kind of clamber through the back. It's a little smaller than the ice crawler you guys are in, but has a similar layout. There's like, a lot of communal bunk space in the middle. They've got a larger and roomier drive section. Looks like it was adapted from some other components, so it's got some spare space. I actually have stats for a raid runner, so its crew complement requires 1 driver, 1 co-pilot, 2 engineers, and 5 gunners.
Wow.
But there's, loose rack and hammock space throughout the most middle of it, and it's literally that, like hammock, sleeping bags, some cots, It looks like they basically sleep with all their kit, right? Like everything is stashed in bags or foot lockers immediately next to your ruck. So your rack, so pretty standard shipboard style living. Kind of takes you back into you guess it's a mess hall area. There's a big long table bench here, right, laid out with some storage bins, some of which were clearly like bolted or welded on later. They've got their own, food prep station, aka hot plate. It's not as sophisticated as the kitchen on the ice crawler was, but clearly they take food here. Inkari kind of slides herself into the head of the table, just for you to sit.
Sits.
A couple of her guys stand around, clearly, more senior mooks. One guy does have an eye patch.
Yarr.
They kind of stand there, and we don't need to get too deep in it, but the basic course of the conversation is, okay, so what are you looking, what are you after and what are you paying, kind of a thing.
All right. So basically, what we're looking for is to borrow the raid runner for an indeterminate amount of time. We're not entirely sure how long this will take, but we can offer several things. One, a crate. I would say E10's like a fairly good size.
Yeah, that's a big crate.
It's a big crate. Big crates of good food, because they're all luxury items.
Nah, it's probably, like a week to a month's worth of food.
Yeah.
Depending on how much you eat it.
Mm-hmm. Medicine, medical supplies, and ship parts or car parts, mechanical parts.
Components.
This requires a bit of negotiation back with the nomads, but there is an extra vehicle they have what's the best word I want to use for this? Happened on, I suppose.
Recovered.
Yes, recovered that they do not have an immediate use for, and are actually a little bit of a consternation of what to do with it. So there might be conditions to put that in the deal. And since there is the gathering not too far away with the oil tanker, with maybe some negotiation with that, be able to offer that service to you. But I will clarify that for those second two conditions to be cleared, they must take on the additional condition of non-aggression for a negotiable amount of time.
All right. If you top off their consumables, that basically gives them a month worth of operating without needing to knock anybody over. You can probably easily negotiate that. Why don't you go ahead and make me a hard negotiation check? Because negotiation is opposed. This character may have 3 presents.
Then
it's like she's supposed to be in charge of people or something.
I do have the 4. I'm gonna use the destiny point just to be safe, because you never know.
Scratcher. Yeah, that's not great.
BV, and then f.
Okay.
Yeah. So let's
A
go
little
with
light on the success, but was successful.
Yep. So we'll go with 3 success for advantage.
All right. So you guys talk maybe 10, 15 minutes. You get the impression, well, one, obviously, I think it was mentioned to you already, but you definitely get the idea that Inkari is clearly ex-Springfolk, hence the large sword. And she was a hunter by trade. So she's a real business-like. Very practical. So you guys skip a lot of the social niceties and get right down to brass tacks. And after a little back and forth, she's basically willing to take the crates, because that'll be with the fuel up, on the caveat that you get the fuel operation to cover their costs, basically. That'll give them a full month of operating. And, you pitch it as like, cease hostility, ceasefire. And she's just like, hey, we'll be fed and fueled for a month. We don't got to take anything from anybody. We don't need to work for any of our food or fuel, as she puts it. So there's that. And with that advantage, that negotiation basically, definitely basically parses it as they'll take your payment after, basically, or at least ongoing, right? They require no upfront guarantee. She'll take you at your word, because if... you get the impression that while you are by no means not a badass, that on account of not encountering a lot of Jedi, Inkari is reasonably sure that her anti-betrayal mechanism of she's going to find you and hit you with a sword gives her some confidence.
Can I spend a couple of that advantage to have them bring the raid runner to the nomad camp in like 3 days, so they can collect their crates and we don't have to worry about piling the damn thing there? And also we can probably...
I was going to say that anyway with your advantage level.
Okay,
That will also be, not only are you negotiating for the vehicle use, but also you're basically labor. You're hiring Inkari and her squad directly.
Yes.
They will take the vehicle, you can use it. they will not only take the supplies in that time period, the meetup, you can set it as 3 days, sure. So they'll arrive to a meetup in 3 days when they can get their supplies, and after that period, they will work with you for however long it takes, because you mentioned the scouting. The scouting, and also any potential fighting, they'll go with that too.
Sweet. Oh no, I'm gonna like them. Oh no.
And after the work is done and the payment is collected, they'll call it off for a month because they don't need any rating or anything. And then she's kind of, because you didn't get any like triumphs or anything, then she's kind of like, what happens. But you can get your month level and all that stuff taken care of. It will work with you. Image there. And so you got access to this thing.
Oh. Raid Runner, Sil 4, Manus 1, Armor 3, Strength Close, 5 Gunners.
So, despite its size, it's pretty fragile, like even for a land vehicle, but it does have armor. It is at least as fast as your repulsor vehicles are. Pretty lean crew requirements. Like, technically, it can operate without those gunners if needed. It's got plenty of passenger space, decent cargo room. Runs for a month, and as noted, it's got those things.
Sweet. Harpoons. That'd be cool.
Yeah, the harpoons don't cause a lot of harm and are very short-ranged, but they do have the ability, well, one, if they're used on a human, they can knock them down, but also they have the tractor keyword, so they can slow up vehicles and stuff.
That'd be cool if we got in some sort of vehicle-on-vehicle combat. That'd be awesome.
And then, in case of emergency, they are armed with that top turret AA gun. And so because I don't think we haven't done a lot of like larger scale vehicle combat. Most weapons are fixed forward or turreted. So the harpoons are on pivots. So there's one forward left and one back left, basically, and then the same on the right side. So they can kind of coordinate. Like if somebody is no matter what direction somebody is in, they can usually get at least 2 harpoons to bear on them. But there are also limits to like overlapping fire because they're not on 360 turret mounts.
No, so on any direction you can probably get 2. Okay, I get it.
Yeah, because if there's somebody to the rear, the 2 rear guns could turn to fire. If somebody's to the port, the 2 port side guns could turn. But not full. There's no like crazy, harpoons going 360 no scoping.
You two guys will have fun.
They do have dudes obviously to handle the gunner positions, but you guys are probably better than them if you need to use this thing in a fight.
Right.
All right.
So yeah, and to seal your deal, Inkari will take off one of her gloves and shake on it.
I'll do the same. Let's test our grips.
So, yeah, boots. What's your brawn?
Mine 4.
Your firm handshake is met with a similar level of firm handshake.
Game eats game.
Knowing nod. Respect.
Melee leader versus melee leader.
I mean, I entirely made it possible that you guys would decide to just roll over and knock these guys over for their car, basically. So yeah, no. She's got stats like a real person, like a real boy.
Appropriate.
So yeah, no, seems sufficiently tough.
Okay.
Also, too, Loth's comment about harpooning a Mando. Technically, so vehicle. Remember, planetary scale weapons are 10x, so that damage 1 is actually a base damage 10 weapon, which is like hitting somebody with a blaster rifle, or a heavy blaster rifle, even I think.
I mean, technically, with the way things work out with my skill set, I probably do more damage with my gun than a turret here.
Possibly. I mean, the AA gun is dam 3 crit 3 blast.
Oh yeah,
3,
no,
all
no,
planetary.
that's gonna
So
do
like
a fuckload.
that is in fact designed to like take out air speeders and light starfighters. You may have some like there's no real rule for this. You might have some slight problems if you try to depress the gun to fire at somebody on the ground really close, right? But in general, yeah, no, it's a 360 turret mount on the top.
But if they jetpack, it's open game.
Yeah, it is also it's also fully exposed on the ass of this thing. Like, there's no turret shield or anything. Like, they're not really designed for being shot back at per se, other than maybe small arms.
Just be careful.
You can have that tactical conversation with them about the fact that these guys have grenades and rockets another time. So you shake, you agree to meet in 3 days. Do you guys just skedoodle?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no real reason. Like I said, we got the meetup, and we'll be back with plenty of time to convince the nomads to be like, yeah, no, we're gonna bring the pirates here, and they're gonna be like, what? No, it's fine. It's cool. I swear. I know what I'm doing.
Okay, let's go meet the spring. I guess we just travel to Springfolk and then maybe make
Yep.
camp.
Yep.
All right, so that actually, like I said, that doesn't take you too long.
Nope.
You spend maybe 20 minutes tops here, and you guys bundle back up, slide down the ladder, go on your way.
Mm-hmm.
There's some hairy eyeballs from the guys outside, but then Inkari kind of calls everybody back in. They clearly have a alarm / dinner bell type mechanism, which is very clearly just somebody's got like a claw hammer and a cast iron pot or something. Tonk 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 tonk. Everybody comes back in. So they have a family meeting about their new employment while you guys get on out there.
Yep.
Okay. You got maps. You didn't spend too much time. I don't really want to spend forever on this. So yeah, I think you guys can just safely travel up to the Springfolk village.
It's
Yep.
probably like daylight's probably starting to fade by then, but not that bad.
Nah, not really. You guys only spent like I said, like a couple hours travel.
Oh, it's another.
Weather's still clear. Yeah. So you
Like, how many
set it
hours-
in the morning. So
Okay. How many like hours relatively was from the cave to the like village?
okay. So let's see. So normally Soho lives 28 hours. So that's
Mhm.
probably a rough teen. Assuming it's symmetrical, it's a roughly 14-hour split.
Yeah.
So assume some seasonal drift. You guys have what's a safe number? Maybe 8 hours of daylight, probably.
Mm-hmm.
You've used up 2. You will probably get there before nightfall at speed 2.
Okay.
It might be a little dusky, but yeah, there will still be daylight.
All right, fair. That's just about as I expected.
And then that is including the fact that you had to take a detour. If you take a shot straight back, it'll probably still be twilight by the time you get back to the nomad camp, assuming you guys don't spend like 5 million hours with the Springfolk.
Fair enough. Let's see how that goes.
Let's see how it goes.
I mean, you got like I'm pretty sure you got like fucking headlights and stuff. You can go in the dark.
Yeah. If
Yeah, we usually don't want to risk it, but if we might.
It depends on camping and stuff. Anyway,
Anywho.
you
Noom.
screen wipe. Okay, so you guys are heading towards Azure Mountain Spring. It was pointed out to you earlier, not only on maps but also just in conversation with Isma, because that was an alternative rally point for you guys.
Mm.
You decided to stick with the nomads, so it's kind of off in a different direction. But you cruise. The terrain here is mostly rolling snowdrifts, tundra, occasional clusters of rocky outcroppings, and low hills, which are naturally occurring. Maybe some like tundra scrub grass in a few patches. With the terrain definitely getting a little more uneven and a little more solid as you actually start to approach the village. You can see at least the mountain it's named for from quite a ways off. It's not like a tall mountain, but it's a decent climb and landmark, rises up out of the ground. Probably a seamount that basically poked all the way up through the ice layer and is now a mountain here. But a decent amount of surrounding landscape. You start to notice some gravel intermixed with the snow and stuff as well.
Crunch.
And at the base of it, you can basically see the village structure, which is pretty to be expected. You can see some gentle plumes of smoke and steam, especially as things start to get more duskward, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you do actually see the wisps of smoke and stuff. And you can't really see the buildings though directly because you quickly realize there is a windbreak wall surrounding the entire settlement.
Mm-hmm.
It is at a low angled out sloping. So wind and snow basically rolls up and off it and does not accumulate anywhere but at the base. So you guys can see it. How do you want to handle this approach?
Well, there's not a burning truck in front of us, so I don't think we necessarily need to take it maximum caution. But you know, let's take it.
Slowly tread in.
Yeah, let's take it nice and slow. Let's not try to hide ourselves.
Okay, so no sneaking.
No
All right,
sneaking.
that was my next
Yeah,
question.
no sneaking.
Just calmly walk in.
Mhm.
All
Like
right,
I-
so you walk up towards. Eventually, you see something that looks like a gate. It actually looks like somebody has taken some of the local fossilized wood and turned it into a little gate structure that swings in. The
We
gate
ain't-
is open, as
we're
it
not-
usually is.
We are not walking, super confident and in charge, but we ain't sneaking. We are normal.
Slowly padding.
Yes.
Crunch, crunch, crunch. So you guys start to approach the gate.
Mhm.
As you get closer, there's 2 mounds of snow. Kind of, it looks like they, not quite snow plow, but definitely like they clear the main entrance out of heavy snow off the kind of the ground layer. And in fact, you guys might even be walking on like a little bit of a dirt and gravel path.
Mhm.
Yeah. Hey, those 2 snowdrifts, they turn into 2 dudes.
Mhm.
You hear the tension draw on some bows.
Mhm.
And just one of them just says, "Halt! Who goes there?"
I will halt, and I will say,
Oh,
General Aramaa of the Grand Republic Army, excuse me, Army Navy. I wish to the Narme. I was like,
Listen, institutional divides are really ambiguous and sometimes in Star Wars.
yeah, I believe it. I was like, and I would just, I would say, I would like to speak with your people.
All right, so there's some muttering in their dialect, Republic, Jedi, and they kind of they relax tension. One of them is obviously the senior one, signals to the other one to go inside and fetch an elder. And then just kind of the woolly snow blob nods and bounds off. Clearly got some kind of snowshoes on because they don't leave a lot of footprints and make a lot of noise. The other one kind of shakes off some of the extra snow, and you can see they're wearing a very woolly coat with kind of a conical hat that keeps the snow off their face. They kind of they do not unknock their arrow, but they let the bow tension relax and just kind of stand there with you.
I'm okay with standing in silence and waiting.
yeah.
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 All right, and if you don't try to make any conversation, they don't.
Nope.
After a while, there's a small group of folks pad out to meet you. One of them is obviously a community elder of their own, an older human female, walking with a stout stick.
She's probably cracked some skulls with it.
Big, long, flowing, robes. Very woolly, multiple layers.
Toasty.
Looks like she's got some of her hair like braided up and bound in some materials. Got some dangly bits, some bling. Looks like maybe some stuff coated in like mother of pearl, that kind of thing. Some cool coral or bone or horn or something jewelry.
Interesting.
She kind of rolls up. She does have a small posse with her. It's very interesting. So these are hunters, warriors, guards, whatever. Their outfit tier is very similar to the land pirates you just met, though possibly a little more ordered. Like nobody's wearing like mail shirts or metal armor or anything. But while their snow gear is very obviously much more homespun, like thick wools, furs, occasional plant fibers, right? Like some of these guys are very clearly got some like hardened leather. Some of it is like riveted or reinforced. You might even see some like basic armor plating, like in like shoulder and arm guards, shin guards, kind of a thing, greaves. And let's say 4 of these dudes that roll up with this elderly lady are carrying stonking big swords on their backs to let you know they mean business. Kind of looks you up and down, looks everybody up and down. A Jedi, huh? We've not seen your kind here in many a year. Kind of looks up at your face a little. Looks over at Wevu's face area.
Snout.
Otter
Kind of
snout.
cross eyeballs your clone troopers. Pokes Boots' shin with her stick. Tonk tonk. I'm Yanin. I am an elder of this village, of our Wevuguk. Come inside. We tell stories of ye, Jedi and Republic.
I hope they're good ones.
Yes, much respect among the Springfolk for the Jedi and the Republic, who let us settle here, live our way. Come in. There's kind of a grumbling, and she just there's a obvious bigger and burlier guy with these hunters, and he kind of is like, yeah, oi Yanin, are you sure? And she not hard but kind of sharply bonks him in the shin.
I knew it.
Bonk.
That stick was made for a bonking.
And she's just like, now Henry. This I can tell you this guy. I had to scroll for it because it was earlier. But this guy's name will be revealed later to be Henry Belle. It said Henry, but it's spelled with an I.
Of course.
Space names. I'm good at this. But basically, she's like, it boils down to, hey, who's the Wevuguk here? Do I tell you how to hunt? No.
Back in my day, you people would speak up to their elders. Just muttering all the way back.
Yeah, just like crunch, crunch, crunch,
Pleasure,
crunch.
pleasure.
Anyway, just not to the rest, and let us keep pace with. The
All right,
Elder.
he just kind of shrugs and follows after you. Leaves one of the other guys behind to resume front door duty. You see the original woolly mountain man just kind of slunch back into the snow, and then he's gone. Was he ever there? The world may never know. And there's some muttering back and forth of interesting times, bad rumors on the air. You might make some idle conversation. Oh, that's what we're here to talk to you about, kind of a thing. But oh, and did I spell her name for you? No. I say it Yanin, but it's with a J.
Oh.
Which kind of crunches along to you, and brings you up to a large, you would say, town hall, possibly great hall type building. As you guys are walking, you pass by the various houses and things. There's a lot of squat, low homes. A lot of rounded edges. They are designed to shed snow easily, not allow it to build up, so you can't collapse your roof or anything. That would be bad. Small windows, all of which have reinforced shutters and stuff in them, if they have windows at all. You notice some of these buildings are carved out of blocks of living ice, kind of igloo-type situations. But,
wild.
Others are made of what looks like some kind of clay-based mineral, like a ceramic or terracotta type thing.
These people are inventive.
You pass by a couple of these. You see some people out and about. They have a small stable, just open air stable or pen, which has some a small handful of tundra striders in it. There's some people tending them. You notice some covered over buildings, which are actually like have basically planter boxes put in them where plants appear to be growing, shielded from the wind. In the distance you can see like smoldering fires. You can hear the tong tong of somebody working on what sounds like hammer and anvil. Just quiet village vibes.
Yeah.
Some tiny children of indiscriminate makeup on account of the fact that they're wearing big stonking woolly coats, run through the street playing, throwing snowballs.
What's the term I want to use for this? Idyllic?
Yeah, idyllic is one. Pastoral, perhaps.
Yeah. It's like not necessarily extremely happy, but somewhat peaceful and
very picturesque. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you guys get into this big hall. This one is actually the roof is actually made of what looks like reinforced timbers. Actually got some thatched roof cottages. Thatch keeps out the heat very well. There is a big communal bonfire pit in the center of the room, which is blazing right now.
Oh, I believe it.
Looks like lumber, some coals, stuff like that. And just immediately this place is actually warm. Like you guys probably have to take down your hoods or whatever. The elderly woman Yanin ditches her outermost cloak, passes it off to a handy dandy youngster who secrets it somewhere. And she kind of clunks you over, nods to you, and says, "There's not much for writing out here, but we tell stories. Jedi are wise. They listen to the wind and the world. It speaks back sometimes. Know of this, yes." Nods.
Aramaa will smile a little and say, "Sometimes."
Yes. Much respect to our people, though we have not seen your kind here, as I said, in many a long year. Not even while I have been alive, and I have been alive a long time. There's some casual chuckling from some of the people. You can tell that's a common thread.
Mm-hmm.
So some guy in the background's like, "She was old when my granddad was still around."
That's like,
And I'll be old when your grandkid is alive. Bonk.
bonk.
Yeah. Obviously, this is not just a walking stick. This is like very highly polished and reinforced.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it's a bonking.
It is for carrying your entire body weight and also occasionally laying out other people's body weight on the ground.
I think this woman is literally walks off to carry a big stick.
It also, you would guess, is probably good if a wool shark tries to eat your legs. You just give him a good bonk and he stops.
I will. Aramaa will, smile at that and says, "Apparently, this life has agreed with you. I guess it's the best way.
He does not agree with everybody, but yes, we are here. Come, you are our guests. You're far from home. I don't know about your kind of looks up and down your clone troopers. I don't know about your soldier boys there and their equipment, but we have warm stew cooking, clean water. Come, take a seat. Sit with me.
We'll sit.
This place is obviously, as you can tell, like meeting, eating, generally hanging out when you don't have something to do because it's fucking warm here, thank God. And she takes you to the back where there are some big sturdy chairs piled with raw furs. Big comf.
This is big. It's like nomads are cool, but this big comp feeling is fucking great.
As the smoke naturally wafts right out of the rafters through a little vent hole. She kind of sits, props her stick up, folds her arms, and says, "Welcome to Azure Mountain Spring. We are named for the springs under our mountain. Generations ago, it is said our people mined the mountains, but the mountain was angered, came down on us, lost many people. Now it is sacred. We stop. We just live with the springs and the water and the trade. We have many crafty forgers. Yes. She kind of runs you through the whole. How much do you know of our people, Jedi?
It's like Aramaa will apologically, you kind of just duck her head and says, "Not as much as I probably should. I'm new to the area and have not much time to learn."
She nods. It's been a while since I taught a youngster, but basically she'll give you the cultural rundown. You had heard that they were vaguely caste-like or have discrete social classes. She gives you the rundown. Basically, they've got 3 primary categories their people fall in. This is a mixture of familial ties and natural talent. Because they live in tight communities. It's, hey, if even if your parents are both hunters, if you have a kid who's good at, forging metal, somebody finds out and they will put that kid where he can put his talents to use. They try to avoid the whole, no, you must hunt even though you want to sing kind of a thing, just because that's a very inefficient way to handle your labor, and that's very important. Otherwise, you die. There are a lot of rules here that are mostly about not dying. So they are. She says that you've already met some of the Jaeger folk. These are their hunters, warriors, but also they forage and on occasion trade by traveling. They leave the village to go gather resources. They have the Babawan folk, laborers, farmers, builders. Occasionally, when a village will support it, they do herding and mining. So the people here used to be miners, then their mountain started falling on them, so they quit it, because clearly the mountain was mad.
It probably was. It's like, stop putting holes in me.
The less spiritual among you may take this as just a logical byproduct of primitive digging methods that, maybe the mountain was falling on them because of geology, but
yeah,
also maybe the mountain's mad.
Yeah.
I don't know. You guys have been on Soul Hill of a while. Sometimes it feels like the planet is trying to eat you, yes. So they, build new houses, repair old houses, farm what limited crops they have. If you ask, they have mostly root vegetables, fungi, some mosses and lichens, and very, very tough shrubs. So there are definitely some like winter vegetables, but it's mostly, like I said, like root stuff. We've canonically established that this potato plant is native to Soholiv, so
good old
they can grow small potato trees. The Schmidt folk are craftspeople. They make and repair tools, weapons, make their clothing, and in general refine raw materials. They also produce art. You do notice there are some carvings here, and there are some murals on the walls. Some painted or dyed animal skins. They mostly seem to have that very simplistic glyph system you guys encountered at that little shrine. There are a lot of threefold symbols, whether amongst people or amongst, mountain, wind, and sky. Kind of a thing, And so fuck. But Yana explains that she is actually their 4th class, which are very rare. There are only ever a few in the village. The Wiesfolk, which is spelled weird because, yes, this is some pulp-ass German bullshit language that I've made up. The Wiesfolk are, doctors, healers, but also spiritualists, seers.
Keeper of
knowledge. They do divination. Yeah. Every class teaches their own trades, but the Wiesfolk teach, like, general history and morality type stuff. And in times of conflict, they act as mediators between villages, nomads, or as Yanin says, act as a mediator to nature. When nature is upset, the Wiesfolk will get to the bottom of this situation. And basically, there's no like hierarchy among classes. Everybody is considered to be experts in their area. So, you know,
So you defer to Jaeger folk for Jaeger folk things. You defer to the Schmid folk for you know, those sort of things. I get it.
yes, Weesfolk offer advice in all contexts, but they are not considered authorities outside of their area, basically.
Yeah, I
And
get it.
governance is handled by General Council of Elders. It just happens that as the eldermost of the Weesfolk, Yannon spends most of her time standing around, yelling at people about stuff,
Giving them
bonking
points.
people who aren't doing their jobs right, and, you know, being cool and old. So, yeah, you got it. It's basically like if a subject of warfare comes up, they would defer to Jaegerfolk. Which, interesting though, the subject of peace is the Weesfolk area. So, you guys have a little talk. How much of a convo do you want to have with her about stuff that's happening,
Well,
basically?
like I said, we made good time, and honestly, these people seem a lot nicer than maybe I was initially expecting. So
I mean, the two guys at the door did threaten you with bows and arrows, but
I mean, a group of strangers is just rolling up your fucking gate.
No.
Nah, it's
to
like
be expected.
it's to be expected. But no, it's all like they have this big comfy feeling and stuff. So no, I'm willing to. I guess I'm willing to to speak for a while before getting down to brass tacks. Not like this ain't like pure business, because I said this is gonna be mostly
You're learning opportunity. Yeah.
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 So
Everybody has an opportunity to drink some fresh water.
yeah, hydrate.
You're pretty sure this is pure snow and ice melt, so
Mhm.
like it is very fresh water.
Ooh, delicious. Cleansing your soul.
Maybe a slight mineral taste. They do have some springs, and yeah, they've got by the big bonfire. They also have some smaller cook fires, and they just have big pots of stewing over the day. So you guys can get yourselves some, probably just cups of stew.
Yeah.
Just a little mug, but
Just a little mug.
get some food in you.
Keep warm. But
Yannon is happy to, like I said, tell you about her history and culture.
and
She actually explains. I want to really quick before you talk about what you're talking about. She kind of explains another thing that, like, similar to the nomads, if you talk to her about like concepts of like Republic history or technology, the Springfolk seem just as intellectually like advanced as the nomads. Like they understand advanced concepts. Just
don't
again,
use
their
it.
way of living is no tech.
Yeah.
Like you don't see a single thing powered by batteries in this village, and if you ask her, Yana will say that they don't, just because they can't support it. But they came here in spaceships, so they remember how things should be. The Springfolk's vocabulary is probably a little more outdated and fantastical when discussing these things.
it's
You know, like they talk about.
I think I understand. Basically, the wise folk basically keep the stories alive of how the technology they use, and they've passed it down. But things probably got a little magical.
Yeah, like if you want them to ask them to do like hyperspace calcs, right?
Yeah.
They don't know how to do that anymore.
But they know.
If you discuss the concept of traveling from star to star via hyperspace, they're like, yes, we understand. The great hyperspace. Whoa, big hands and big sweeping gestures.
But for Aramaa's pod, she will tell some stories of her own, of Soliv, maybe give some local news and things that's been happening on other continents and whatnot, and just little encounters here and there. Tell them about punching an ice fisher.
Yen has a hearty chuckle about that.
But after pleasant conversation, swapping stories, and learning new things about a new people, Aramaa will definitely put on the more serious face. You can't see it, but I did the hand swipe over my face. This is all like it's mode change time. And basically turn the direction towards troubles in the area. Recent troubles. She's not going for anything necessarily specific, because Aramaa's not looking for specifics. She just wants to know if things have like weird things, unnatural things, or just straight out bad things have been happening at all.
Yeah.
Because the way that these guys are operating, not necessarily, what the Springfolk see and what might actually have happened might be different. So I'm basically looking for any threads to grasp onto here and go for them.
All right.
Yeah.
So because you've already made this check in another location, I won't make you roll streetwise again. You're having a conversation with Yana and you ask her, "Hey, anything been weird?" She does kind of nod sagely and be like, this village has been fine, but they've heard rumors. People have come in talking about how there are a couple of other villages scattered farther north which have gone silent or been raided. She points out that guy, Henry Bellet, who was standing there earlier. He's kind of lounging in the back of the room, arms folded, being a cool guy. By the way, he has a huge bushy beard and big long hair. Actually, honestly, the Springfolk probably don't shave on the reg, so most people you meet have like really, really long hair,
Get that insulation.
facial or otherwise. Like I said, Yanan has a very big, complex set of braids.
Cool. But yeah.
Newsflash: separatists are assholes. But she points him out and says that actually, when going out on a scavenge, Henry and a small crew just came back from finding a village that had been completely destroyed. Yana just kind of shakes her head, saddened by it. Very strange. It was not done like how the nomads do. Our people's fight small. A few shots exchanged, a few people beat up. This was, signs of fire, explosions. Very rare out here. Fuel is important for heat, not for warfare. So yeah, they've definitely been having problems. You probably hear a couple of the same spooky metal men stories. And with these people, that's definitely a little more opaque than the conversation you guys got out of the nomads, because these guys really don't have a good cultural touchstone for droids anymore.
Yeah, no.
Like literally, metal men is about as specific as they can get. They understand the concept of like droids and AI, but it has been hundreds of years since somebody saw one around here. Unless like one of them got real up close to like some very weird nomad camps and shops and things.
I'll ask if maybe we can know the locations of these. Well, if they have maps where that might show the location of these attacked villages and whatnot. I don't know if they have maps or not.
Kind of nodding. You've got rough maps. Measure by stars, magnetic field, very strong up here. Compass is very good, very reliable. Navigate by the stars. So they can roll out some star charts and some animal skin maps.
Yeah. Start making notes of attacked villages and whatnot.
Yeah. The only ones they know of personally is the one that was definitely taken out. That's probably on foot. You'd say a couple days travel. Further, let's just say west. So it's kind of the opposite direction from back towards the nomad camp. Maybe a little more northerly than here.
Interesting. So it looks like they might have
a couple days out.
They might actually have a very large theater of operation out here.
Pretty mobile, and as far as you can tell, they have to be operating semi-independently. So I can tell you that you can be pretty sure that the Separatists didn't sneak a fire base out here.
No, but they do probably still have a camp somewhere where they're keeping supplies and meet up for updates and whatnot. Probably.
Yeah. I mean, just based on what you hear about this information. By the way, there's a little bit of hemming and hawing about showing you guys some maps because you're just rando outsiders. But it's like, no. Remember, we owe the Republic a lot. The Jedi are to be trusted. Very wise. Very smart. And
then she lays him out with a stick. Whack. Yeah. Where's the bonk?
Well,
I'm never gonna get over the bonk.
Henry's not exactly laid out by a bonk, but he will take them in stride. He's a big dude, biggie. A Largeman. Johnny Largeman.
I
No,
just
that's a
now
different-
noticed how fucking
Springfolk.
artifacted that long camera is. Like,
Yeah, no. Wait,
Oh yeah, no,
I-
that's
I-
real pixelated. True memes.
true memes. But
Okay. That's what you meant.
I will explain after that little bit of information. I will definitely explain the situation a little bit. That there may be something worse than pirates in the area, and we are looking to get to the bottom of it. That we plan to be heading north to try and find the source of this, and maybe seek out the world's crown as well.
Mm. Yeah.
homo.
And well, honestly, we don't really like. We don't really necessarily need anything from the Springfolk. They're cool. I like hanging out with them.
Yeah.
But like, we just basically needed some confirmation that weird shit was happening to them as well,
Yep. Nope.
and we got that. Like, honestly, they really can't. I mean,
Yeah.
I guess they really can't provide us with stuff, not like the nomads and the pirates could.
I mean, not material goods, but
I mean,
like their navigation is pretty spot on.
well, honestly,
like-
they actually
Like they have really good charts. A lot of these people like live and die basically by navigation. So
Oh,
they're
actually,
really good scouts. And you did notice that while on foot they're not necessarily fast.
They
They're
do
stealthy as all hell.
Yeah, and they do have the Tundra Striders too.
Yeah, they've got a small pack, probably a dozen,
Do I want?
which in herd terms is small, but in terms of animals is not small.
But actually, now you think about it, we are going to be in big stonking vehicles. Some people to maybe ride out might be good, but
At the very least, while you're pondering stuff, Yanan will, kind of
Mhm.
call over a couple people, maybe some more junior Weesfolk, and kind of,
Mhm.
let it be known that this information should be spread not only to this village, but to anybody
Mhm.
taking a trip to any other nearby villages.
Yes.
That there's
danger.
trickery afoot.
Mhm.
And people will be on guard.
Mhm.
Henry probably mutters something about doubling night watch and stuff.
Mhm.
Closing the gate at they close the gate after dark anyway, but
Mhm.
they'll get some
Mhm.
extra watches.
But well, again, they don't use technology, but they still might like a fucking. Well, actually, I get.
I mean, so in terms of trade goods,
Mhm.
I mean they have healers, so again they probably don't have like medical textbooks, but they understand basic medical principles. They still have germ theory and shit.
Yeah, because we brought, if I remember correctly, we brought. Well, what's coming is 4 crates of luxury foods, 4 crates of medicine, 4 crates of ship components, and 4 crates of personal entertainment, if I remember correctly.
The personal entertainment is probably something that will be very transient to these guys. They'll think it's cool for like a week, and then it'll break, and they'll stop caring.
Yeah, and the
Um,
ship parts are probably like, what is this?
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
eat.
that's no
Nomads
direct good to them.
Nomads eat
Like,
it up though.
they would be better off like melting that shit down and turning it into their own tools, basically.
Oh, actually, well, they could still do
which-
that. That still might be.
They
of,
could. That would diminish its trade value though, because a lot of that's like, semiconductors and shit.
Yeah.
You probably
don't
just give
need-
it to you probably just give them the medical supplies, and they could just probably just scrap all the containers.
Well, no, like I said, like.
But
I said-
the supplies and the food though is like they'll do that. Hell, they know
Yeah.
how to eat.
Yeah, so well, I guess Aramaa will bring up the possibility of maybe borrowing some of their Jaeger folk to act as scouts in this expedition, I guess I want to call it. Man, okay, this is a little
That's
wild.
right, Chief. You're doing an expedition right now.
Yeah.
Hollow Earthing this.
Yeah, no, I think it's wild that of the 3 factions that you can say are in this area, we're bringing them together into one force.
That is usually what you guys do, and strength and adversity and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So if you're gonna talk about, Yanan kind of nods, and she's like, "Scouting, yeah, that is what the Jägerfolk do, but sending them out of the village at a trying time. At the very least, we will have to call a council to speak with all the elders. I am but one woman. Can't make a decision for the whole village.
Knowing
Speak.
knowing nod. But Aramaa will then ask, how long will that take?
Kind of look up at the sun. You said you were taking it slow. You probably spent maybe an extra hour here. We all gather here for evening meal at sundown. Stay overnight. Send a rider after you after our decision.
Aramaa will
Yes.
will I think it was like, would it be too much to ask that we intrude on your hospitality for the night instead?
Sorry, what was that? You broke up for me.
Oh, sorry. Basically asking if it would be all right if we just stayed the night while they.
No. She said that. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, you broke up. You're breaking up a little yourself.
All right. Discord just freaked out for a second. Yeah. No, they are very open with her hospitality to travelers. Because I don't think. As far as they know, I think you guys showed up on foot, unless you actually like told her, "Hey, we got our speeder bikes parked somewhere." Speaking
we
of
showed
which,
up.
by the way, if you don't want to make sure those are left out overnight, you might want to pull them inside.
Yeah, what was like?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but like I said, like again, like we have 3 days before mobile shows up, 3 days before the land pirates show up. So we have.
Now, I do want to say, you do want to make sure you show up there before those 3 days, because those two things could be confusing for some people at the place you're meeting. But yeah, you've got 3 days.
Yeah, no, like so, no. I'm saying if we set out in the morning after they have the decision, we should be fine. Give us time.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, so you basically tell Jan and you'll stay the night, and you'll want to speak with the elders as well. You then excuse yourself. You guys excuse yourself for a moment to go back out, pull your bikes in. There's a little bit of oohing and awing. And definitely some of the people are kind of like at your fancy toys, you know.
I mean, I'm totally willing to give some people a ride.
Yeah, you could do some low speed repulsor only rides.
Yeah.
There are a fair number of children out at play.
Yeah, no.
It's like
I'm going to play with the children.
There's those pony rides. Just slowly bringing them along in the speeder bike.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put a child in my lap and we're gonna go.
You have to make sure to turn the safety on because they're armed. They are armed speeders. Don't accidentally blow up any ice huts. But yeah, no. So you guys have some fun. You guys endear yourself probably in the hour or so before. Are anybody, because obviously as your main talker, Aramaa's been taking lead, but are any of the rest of you doing anything interesting around town?
Hey,
Not right now.
Hey, Camo. These people are apparently pretty good forge and blacksmith. Maybe you should go check out their shit and see how they do their craft.
Probably worth spending an hour looking at that.
Okay.
See how that goes.
So we can say for convenience, Boots goes with him just because. Friends, brothers.
Friendship.
Marth has already stated for people who are only listening on audio that Wevu is also playing with children. They are easily amused by giant otter lady. Big otter sis. In fact, many of them, because most of these seem to be humans or some variety of near-human species. They are, not only are the children, but even some of the like teens and young adults are like very intrigued by the fact that, well, it's not like a long fur. The fact that Wevu is a furry species and decently insulated. Because hey, if anybody at home doesn't know, water is actually a shittier warming mechanism than air is. So aquatic creatures have to be insulated better anyway.
Yeah, no, that water will suck your heat right out.
Well, yeah. So to tangent a little, I did actually do this research for Explore, and no, it's like literally in Celsius terms, it's like 10 degrees warmer of water can start giving you hypothermia than air. So like, yeah, no, it's a big deal. Water will totally suck your heat right out. So, yeah. So I believe Selonians are not necessarily drawn as long-haired animals, but yeah, you've got a dense fur. Everybody thinks it's pretty cool. You have a fur coat. Some children are like, don't you get hot though? You know, in their tiny, vaguely Anglo voices.
Sometimes.
Aramaa will also tell stories of her adventures. Much and much gesticulating.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Aramaa, your stories are definitely probably of most interest to the Jaeger folk and the handful of Weiss folk in town.
Mm-hmm. I'll tell about, creatures I fought, places I've seen. Yeah, like tell them about like the hot springs and the fire canyon, the cliffs of the actually, what was it called again?
Green Hills?
Yeah, of Green Hills. the majesty of being under the waters of Oceanlands, and the big snakes, the scorpicondas, the night stings.
Scorpiconda.
It's like telling my recent story of meeting an ice fisher. I'll show off the tentacle marks on the body glove.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, now that everybody appreciates that, you get some story swaps.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of explaining. You have to be like, is a mud shark like a wool shark? And you're like, yeah. It's like, imagine a wool shark, but not woolly and in the mud. What's mud? Well, it's when you get dirt and you melt snow in it. Oh.
Yeah. Tell them that's the first mud shark bite was the first injury on Soholiv I ever got.
And there's a lot of astonishment because, you talk about like the green hills, which are literally green, and they're like, wow, people are trying to imagine foliage as far as the eye can see. Are you sure that's what the mainland is like? Yeah, no. It sucks there. Hot and wet all the time. It sucks.
Man, I really want to set up some sort of trade route with these people, but fuck.
The Aramaa Memorial Bridge. Great Aramaa Crossing.
I'm sorry. It's like I know.
I mean, yeah, this was off mic before we started. You were tallying up all your various projects. You are working on retrofitting that sub you slightly blew up, which is normally a heavy industry module. You could get some aqua construction going. You could probably build a tunnel or a channel or a bridge or a dam or something.
Or something just to promote trade, but the only thing is the only thing that bugs me about a trade situation is usually in trade both sides have to offer something, and the Springfolk have, they have arts, crafts, and their own metal arms, but it's not necessarily that's.
Well, you do notice that tundra straders are, as described, are woolly, as are wool sharks. So as discussed previously, there's not really a lot of animal fiber on Soholiv normally.
Oh, so that is something.
So there are some natural resources here. They do also have, as we talked about, hydrocarbons, petroleums and stuff. The nomads make, for instance.
Oh,
not that you probably want anybody to go apeshit with the oil industry,
no.
but there's a lot of animal and other natural byproducts here.
Let's see.
You actually probably hear from that occasionally, not in Azure Mountain, because as they said, they don't really mine their mountain anymore. But there are more villages where their mountains are less angry, more respectful, I guess is how they'd put it. Again, possibly just more geologically stable, where they've actually mined coal and shale deposits, which is important because you need coal for certain kinds of metal forging.
Yeah, if we can the Springfolk probably won't need much stuff, but if we can give them extra food and medicine.
And I will say the Springfolk also, in terms of trade, there are some unique strains of, like I said, of plant and fungal life up here, which are edible, which you don't get because remember how biology tends to specialize. So they do have some of their own foodstuffs and other things that they produce.
Yeah, but in a real life sense, my question is, do they have enough to spare for trading though, or whatnot?
It would probably depend on the trade.
Yeah.
You can do food for food trades and stuff.
Ah, that's true. That's very true. Okay.
Everybody here is real keen on barter. But yeah, so you're just having your casual conversation. You even probably even some of your mercantile stories resonate with some of the Jaeger folk. Like I said, some of them are not necessarily violent, but are roving traders and scavengers. They'll be like, "Oh, hey, I've heard you. I'll trade you a sack of coal for, a sack of grain, etc." It's not really obvious, Loth, but
Yeah, I know.
that's fair. It
But
is
still,
hot.
but still also, oh no.
34 Celsius.
That's not great.
No, it's not.
That's very close to degrees at which I have researched people start dying, literally.
Oh, don't worry. North of where I am right now, there's apparently a huge hurricane happening.
Enjoy. I know what that's like. Actually, I should do some conversions. How hot it gets here. What 34 is in burger numbers.
Not doing much of anything else.
What is it? 93? Yeah, no, we sometimes have it worse over here.
I wish you luck, Omega.
Well, we're in winter
Well,
right now.
in Florida we stay inside and we live in this thing called air conditioning.
I think there was like only like one time over in the Tacoma, in University Place where it was like over 100.
You know, we usually hit the... In bad summers, we usually hit the 90s, and maybe a couple days in the 100, but it's not often.
I bet it's humid up there too.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I don't remember
It's the part that kills you.
normal height ranges, but like I've reached the negatives and I've also reached the 90s on like the one rare heat wave day, but 70s to 60s usually.
Yeah, I don't think we've been. There's been a couple of cold snaps where we've been in freeze range, but I have not seen sub-zero temperatures in Florida ever.
But what I will say is, Omega hot for you, Omega, but is it consistently hot for you over there?
In summer, yes.
Oh.
Now, like right now, the temperature is very swingy, which is hell. Like it'll go from being 60-degree Fahrenheit, which is not awful, if you're outside and moving, but is very cold because the next day it'll be 80 degrees. So it's like, hey, do you like mood swings? And it's just like you're killing me, Smalls.
Welcome back.
It's fucking hot one day, and then it's I gotta throw a quilt on the next day. Anyway,
Yeah.
you always need a quilt in North Sohaliv.
Yeah. Sorry for distracting everyone with that. I just needed.
So probably foods, maybe some mining, some traditional crafts.
But yeah, so I was going to pivot to Camo Man, because you are more interested in what the Schmidtfolk get up to.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Azure Mountain Spring does have a large forge. Not like full-blown like ironworks level, but there's a large crucible, a couple of anvils. They got some spry young apprentices working the bellows. Nice and warm out there.
Troughs of oil or something close enough.
Yeah. And you see several smiths taking a work to their craft. Looks like they're banging out maybe hammer or axe heads right now.
Mm-hmm.
You also see, obviously some younger and more junior members get stuck with some of the shit jobs, like that one guy who has to bang out like 40 nails. But just presses, hammer them out, move on. You also probably in nearby areas there are houses where you see like weavers, doing fiber crafts and stuff, working with big wool, shearing, cutting. There's the smell of burning coals and the chemicals they use for tanning, as they tan some animal hides too.
Gotcha.
Are you looking at any particular crafts, or are you just gonna kind of hang out?
I assume Camo's like used to like more of like mending like high polymers and like mending shit.
Yeah, no. When you were crafting a lot of your armors, you were working with modern polymers, plasteel.
Yeah, like already
you know-
pre-made plate shapings. It was really just
Yeah,
sort of, like, fitting things.
what's the word I'm looking for? Injection molded like plastics and ceramics.
Mm-hmm.
This is definitely, while in the same neighborhood, definitely a little more primitive type design.
Mm-hmm.
But they see they're working on some stuff. Just casual stuff. Most of them seem to kind of keep their heads down. A couple of them, if you loiter, will definitely like look around at you, kind of see what you're doing.
It's the weird
they
feeling
kind
of
of
like,
eyeball your armor up a little bit.
Mm-hmm. It's a weird feeling of like, I kind of want to like do something, but I don't know if it's rude if I just barge in and do a thing. Kind of feeling.
I mean, you see him just working. You could step up and what would be the best phrase? Probably ask if you can help.
Yeah,
This
I've
is
heard
the
how to word it, but
phrase?
yeah, it's probably like a weird way to ask it. Yeah.
Because I'm thinking actually of a scene from Princess Mononoke where Ashitaka just rolls up and is like, "Hey, I'll take a shift on the bellows."
And
I don't know if Camo wants to start that basic. Boots certainly would probably be well tended to working a bellows briefly.
Probably just look at the guy at the seat.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just
Alright.
sitting in a bench.
Look, I have 4 sisters. I know very well what when you go to a shop and it's like, I've got
No.
nothing to do. Find a seat.
Well, this is less of a shop and probably more like a tour. Yeah, no, I get what you mean.
But Boots
So
has
you
no
find a lovely carved bench
a bench or just somewhere to
made
clear
of
space.
petrified
Sit down.
wood.
Heck, just sit on the floor cross-legged.
There's a lot of that.
Yeah.
So I just
mind
imagine
is-
this forging, and off to the side is a snow trooper popping a slab squat.
Calisthenics.
Hanging out.
I'll let it get back to Camo's
Yeah.
thing.
Axe, as you were saying.
My mind kind of blanked for a bit, but so it's like I'm having trouble like putting words in my mouth right now. So
Take a moment.
It's okay. Boots is sometimes distracting.
I don't think it's like Kev hasn't really done this kind of like this level of forging that much before. So like if anything, probably like if they're willing to let him go for it, just enjoy trying it. To like just maybe like help them out because like why not? They probably like done as many like actually skilled people as, so like probably someone that's like
All right,
Pretty
you
efficient.
kind of do the equivalent of rolling up your sleeves, I guess,
yeah.
and pop in to be like, take a hand.
Yeah, I've done this
Okay.
before. I'll let it go.
So first, make me a let's go with easy charm check.
Oh no.
How personable are you? Keeping my
Not
charm
very.
is technically a career skill for all you losers.
Yeah.
It is a career skill, but the Camo put points into it. He did put 8
Oh,
points.
one, it
Put
looks
8
like.
points.
All right, 2 success. I mean, hey, it's a pretty cheap point. It's 5 EXP
Yeah.
for one.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. Okay. So you are not like super awkward or offensive to them, and you just kind of sidle up and are like, "Hey, I know some stuff about forging. Can I take a turn?" And the clearly like senior most worker. There's probably another huge but also old, big beardy guy kind of taking a seat at the back. Looks like maybe he's sketching a design or making a mold for something more serious. And he kind of the guy hammering kind of looks at him. The big guy looks at you, and he just kind of manly grunts. And the other guy kind of steps away, hands you the hammer and some tongs, and it's like, hope you know what you're doing, mate. So go ahead and roll me an average mechanics check.
All right. If anything, it's like Camo might just give someone someone might have a shift off for once.
And some of the more median workers kind of cluster around
Now
you.
I know why
Some of
Omega...
Go ahead.
And now I know why Omega picked the one he did, because the first several are I'm like,
Yeah, I typed in squat. I'm like, yoga pants, very good. However, there's a few other ones in there. I'm like, no.
Something miraculous
Ooh.
happens.
Yeah, I got a triumph. Okay,
do know what
so
you're
you're finishing up a like the piece he's working on is looks like an axe blade. You've never worked on a manual axe blade, or probably also haven't literally worked on any vibro axes or anything, but
Yeah.
you're familiar with the concept. You do survival stuff, so you take to it with gusto. What's your bronze score?
3.
Okay, so you're above average. You're pretty good. So you start clunk, clunk. You might have to take your helmet off and wipe some spread off your brow or something. But you're doing pretty good because you're very environmentally hardy. So you work perfectly fine in this environment.
Mm-hmm.
And before they call to evening meal, you finish shaping the head. You grab it with the tongs. You throw it in the bucket of water. cools off, hardens. It looks like it was a nice, not like precision steel, but it's a good steel mix, hardy material. There's a a slightly red-faced, a little deer in headlights looking apprentice holding an axe handle, the haft of an axe, waiting for you to show up, and it's like, okay, we're gonna let the weird armor guy, all right, pop it, slap it on there, present it to the guy, and he's kind of picks it up and says, you're pretty good. Good shape, strong. Kind of flexes a little. Smooth technique. Yeah.
I'm more used to.
No, he doesn't bite the axe head. No.
I'm more
He
used to,
probably
like,
does, like wheel and chop a log though. Log cuts cleanly in two.
I'm used to more like high density alloys, but this stuff works fine.
Yeah, works it out of the little table or stump he had handy. It's good, tosses it to the guy who was working on it. Present that. Their compliments. He kind of runs off to go give it to whoever needed a new axe head.
Mhm.
Since you did roll a triumph, while you're standing there, you do notice what the senior craftsman was working on. He's actually got a mold ready for what looks like another one of those Jägerfolk greatswords.
Mm-hmm.
And you notice next to it that there is so it's got like the mold right and the kind of the rough sketch of the product.
Yep. Sorry.
No, sorry, I paused there for a second. I'm looking if there's a good description. Maybe I'll take a Google image search.
Google.
I'm sorry if it always feels like these kind of slow down when I do in a moment.
No, I'm also slow because I like to double check my facts sometimes.
Okay. I just feel like everyone else because like usually when Lucky or Marth are doing anything, it's usually faster pace.
Not really. I literally spent a bunch of time faffing around
Not
talking
really.
with an old lady swapping stories.
Fair enough.
Okay, all right. I can't find any good. So we'll say it's a little. You notice that
Like the Glasgow longsword.
What?
You ever heard of Gallaglass? There's a thing called the Gallaglass longsword, which is probably not similar of an idea, but
I mean it's a claymore.
yeah.
Hold on, I just want to point out, did you just apologize for things being slow and then just slowed it down yourself by talking about a sword?
Were we just talking about swords?
We were waiting for Omega to explain what the thing is, and you decided to bust in with something else.
Yeah. So no, I do not need a visual reference for the sword. No, that's not what I'm talking about.
Oh, my bad.
If that was the question. No. Yeah, we've described them before. They're like a Highlands claymore, or like a Zweihander. Like 6 feet long, big handle, broad hilt. But no, you actually, what I was talking about was you notice next to it, like he's got the mold ready. It looks like they're gonna get ready to start pouring the blade and then hammering it out. Probably tomorrow because it's almost dark. Though they do have a decent amount of firelight. You don't know, maybe they work in the night. But you notice, because you got a triumph, that there are these. They've got these small bundles of a light grayish ore that looks a little. Looks like it's got some natural kind of like flecked or fibrous look to it. It's kind of like breaking up a little in its natural ore state. And well, if let's just put it this way: if Aramaa was here, she would recognize you because she put some of this stuff in her armor.
Oh, it's cortosis.
Yeah. So actually, does anybody else have anything not that has the cortosis quality, but is actually cortosis forged?
I don't know if like Beskar has some.
No, Mandalorian iron has the.
No.
They called it for cortosis for some weird reason.
Probably just because it's an item quality, essentially.
Yeah. in Genesis they just call it reinforced, which I think would be a little less confusing.
Fair
Because
enough.
Cortosis has specific qualities. But yeah, no. You have seen Aramaa's armor. This is definitely looks like something similar to that. So yeah, no, you know enough about metallurgy to recognize this is a clump. It's a couple of kilos of raw Cortosis ore, which is weird because Cortosis is quite rare. It is, however, found more in the Outer Rim and unknown regions, though. But you guys don't have any reports of
Oh no.
Cortosis. Oh, okay. So it's described as brownish. All right. Yeah. So we'll
So
say it's kind of a gray brownish color.
Where did you, like, I guess just like looking at it, it's like, where did you get some of that?
Hmm. Oh. Ah. You recognize quality. Hey. We use this in special steel. He taps the mold. Swords. Rarely armor. We don't. It's too cold for plate steel up here. Never arrowheads. Waste. We lose them. But you know, kind of taps it. Strong stuff. Energy conductive.
It now may
Takes to forging very well. Needs to be done carefully.
like mentally, it's like, oh, okay, this probably explains why their swords are supposedly can cut people in half.
Yeah, no. You guys haven't actually seen one drawn, but if it's made out of this, you probably would have recognized some quality of the steel. But no. You kind of ask again where it gets it. It's like, oh, we have some small deposits that are left over from the mountain, but normally you got to trade.
With who?
Very strong mesh. Other villages, usually up north. Deposits get stronger as you get closer to the north region.
Specifically the North region?
Aye.
Thanks for telling me.
No problem. He kind of he pats a little charm he's wearing, which actually now that you look at it, looks like it's made of a little refined material. Carry a little bit of it with me always.
I think as everyone probably goes off to evening meal, Camo's probably gonna go find Aramaa.
Okay. Hold on. We're a coin flip away. Aramaa is either giving a child a pony ride or she is shadowboxing a snowman right now.
Hold on, is Camo taking Boots? Because Boots is probably not paying attention. He's probably still squatting somewhere.
You probably
Leave
walk
him
away,
behind.
like you probably it's gonna be a moment where it's like, wait, did I leave Boots there? Did
Did I leave the oven on? It's like something like that.
I leave a man to be bored in the cold?
Just the town crier is like, lost clone trooper needs to be picked up.
No, it doesn't get that far. Like when
Over,
everybody
like,
starts to pack up for the day and let the forge kind of die down and set on the battles. So if Camo sets off without you, somebody will actually definitely walk over and just bonk Boots like, oi, clunk.
It's getting cold. It's getting
Your
dark.
friend, getting dark. Your friend left.
Oh, he did he?
Hey, he went that way. I think
Thank-
he's looking for your small, loud friend.
No, I couldn't quite pick up, but I cracked my knuckles.
I am small and loud. Well, Aramaa
Let's
is the
put the-
shortest.
Goodbye, armor man.
Does
Armaa
that give
man.
you-
Goodbye,
that give
friendly
you a time?
forge
That's
man.
fun.
He lets you go. Okay. All right.
So, what was on the coin toss this time?
Anyway,
Is boss is Chow planning to punch a snowman or like playing children?
She's giving a snowman a pony ride or shadowboxing a child. Wait.
Wait,
hold on.
something
Now,
wrong
when you
with
catch
that.
up with Aramaa, by your speeders.
General, I think I've just discovered something very vital.
Oh, what's that?
They have Cortosis deposits.
Well, you can't see Aramaa eyes, but you get the impression that eyes have narrowed.
The camera zooms in on your armor, which is cortosis weave.
Mm-hmm.
Very expensive cortosis weave.
Mm-hmm.
Their sword.
And
They use it to make
Arma.
the whole sword.
By the way, I do want to clarify. Whether at the time period some months ago when you bought cortosis weave for your armor, I didn't know there would be cortosis here.
That's fine, but it's Arma. And where did they say they get it?
They trade it with people in the north. Yes, I asked specifically the most northern villages.
And to clarify, also, he did tell you that they have some deposits of their own. They used to find it in their mountain.
Oh yeah, it's like
But
probably
they
like
don't
probably
mine them
conveys
anymore.
that as like probably like lists like what he mentions, but like more specifically detail to detail, but like more that like there's more of it left
Yeah.
to the north, which I think this might be why they're here and not nothing to do with the Winter Crown. They might be here just because they found deposits.
That does sound.
That would be a very important. Europa's actually staying there. She pipes up. That would be actually a very important strategic resource. Cortosis is very rare, very dense, tough material.
And it's like they're not. And well, do you tell them about the how they put it in their swords and stuff, but not their armor?
Yeah, they make point where they put in their swords. They don't make metal armor here, considering how like the weather.
Well,
Cortosis swords.
they
That's
have-
a very complex technique. Not sure a lot of Jedi familiar with the art could do that.
Well, this seems to be. Well, the strategic value of this place just might have skyrocketed a bit.
That's not in any of Europa's kind of like pulls out a data pad to herself.
Mhm.
It says that's not she flicks through some screens. That's not in any of the strategic reports, but nobody ever claimed to probe the northern regions very well. Depending on the size of the deposits, that could be, if not of strategic, at the very least of immense tactical value to Soholiv.
Well,
If you don't know, cortosis is it's a very strong, very energy conductive material. It diffuses energy very well. It can even stop lightsabers. Pure enough cortosis weapons and armor can even cause them to short circuit and temporarily turn off.
That's
well, I would feel
Trying-
that in our
trying-
recent activities here, the separatists might be a little concerned about that. Might want to do something about.
question is how do they find that out before us?
To be fair, Camo, like I said, aside from our initial reports, we really haven't been doing that much investigation into the natural resources of Soholiv.
I guess as we've been pushing, I guess as we've been pushing them out of this continent, they've been searching everywhere else.
That would explain
Well,
why.
there's also the Mandalorians to be considered. They're not. Europa kind of holds her chin. They have Beskar though. Cortosis is rare, but Mandalorian iron might be rare. It's only found in the Mandalorian sector, as far as we know. It's not even just a material; half of its forging technique. Why would they be guarding Cortosis? It's got a monetary value, I guess.
Unless they were hired to basically get it and then ship it out back to them, and just get rid of everyone.
Europa kind of turns to you, Aramaa, and is like, obviously, I'm here as a research aid for our investigation to the gardeners, but this is definitely sounding like we need to find this Mandalorian camp sooner rather than later and figure out just what's going on here.
If they hired a bunch of Mandalorians, it might mean that they don't care for the Cortosis that much, and if it's for that
No.
sake,
No,
No.
she kind of gives the ARC trooper an aside glance. You're probably too familiar with Mandos from your training, Camo. No, that's Mandalorian mercenaries are sometimes hard to find these days. That's about as good as you can get.
fair. It's not like you're gonna find like an actual like forging consistently.
Well, but as I said, Cortosis just changes the Springfolk entirely. I was considering setting up trade with them because they could use the help, but if they have access to mines of Cortosis, shoot, we might need to be in contact just to make sure that we protect them.
Yeah, that might be preserved because if anyone hears of this, they're gonna try to do a whole operation here and just upgrade this entire way of life, which is
Well,
kind of unsettling.
I mean, protecting them would probably be very easy. Not only is it in the Republic's interest, but also the Jedi Council would be very concerned about a sudden deposit in the Cortosis trade. It's a lot of previous deposits have been mined out in ancient wars with the Sith, with the Mandalorians. Many ages past. A lot of it's the material's fragile, if not alloyed. It's brittle. It also can be loaded, exposed incorrectly. So a lot of it's been destroyed or stockpiled in other places, or is only around in antiques. Or I guess, as you know, a Jaeger folk sidles by talking to somebody, and you see the giant, claymore on his back.
And does it have that? We see that little Cortosis shine in it.
Yeah, it's got that. I think for like visual purposes, like Beskar is probably more of the like wavy Damascus steel type shit, but this has definitely got like it's got a more dark, solid look to the steel since it's Cortosis weave. Yeah, I was hoping I would make that a surprise, but you guys, I think we're past the point where you guys are gonna accidentally try and punch a no.
I think how we got to
Springfolk.
it was kind of interesting, where it's like, oh wait,
Well, I'm glad
Well,
I
yeah,
sent you
no,
to the
you decided to go hang out with a Forge guy, and then you got a Triumph, and I was like, ooh, well, there's a plot hook I can drop.
it was like I like the whole part. It was like, wait, oh no.
Oh yeah, no, there's shit going on here.
Yeah, no, look.
You thought the Mandalorians were real shit. Oh no, there's layers of shit to go through, guys. There's all kinds of stuff here.
I do like, well, the people in chat can see it, Lucky just being like, wait a fucking goddamn minute.
Hold on. Wait a minute.
Anyways, but, I'll caution, not a word of this to the folks themselves. I don't want them being under any additional pressure, knowing that they have something that a lot of people might want.
Yeah, but it's nothing but the nomads. We'll just keep this between us, and then try to handle this and see what happens. See what the actual Mandalorians and maybe the
Back.
Separatists try to do.
Welcome back, Marth.
Oh, back.
Speaking
Webuguk
of being
comes
back,
out of a
Poor Harry.
snowbank.
speaking of being back, hey, you know, what'd be a good thing to let people know when people are leaving. Camo.
Just
Some
look.
years behind you, nothing personnel, VOD.
Wait, I have. I'm gonna use it.
Any reason you didn't think to grab me?
Roger.
There you go.
Not that I necessarily want to feed Axe's lines, but
I
I
will
did discover something strategic.
I will interact him as like, please forgive him, Boots. He discovered something important, and I will bring him up. I will bring Boots up to speed.
Recap. Shiny
Fade to black.
Jedi killing medal.
All right. Yep. Okay. Never mind. That's worth it.
Yeah.
There's
This is
I
actually
think
kind
this
of-
is only in the Force and Destiny beta, but there are rules for like Cortosis jacketed bullets, right?
Oh my.
I think they're still in the
Cortosis
gear
slugs?
list.
Yeah, no, I left them in the gear list because they were in the beta, and it's cool. But like, I think they got pulled from the source book. I'd have to double check Force and Destiny core, but no, it's
So, like,
it's
yeah,
free.
they were pulled.
Cortosis slugs. That sounds actually scary. Like,
Yeah,
holy
no,
shit.
Cortosis jacketed round. No, it's a real wild trip because technically you cannot use improved deflect on a slug normally because it has to be something you can actually reflect onto somebody. So like no fire, no slugs, but you can still use reflect to reduce the damage of a slug shot because hey, a bullet plus plasma equals vapor.
In this case,
It
just
doesn't
goes
hurt you
through.
as much.
Yeah, if I remember, this jacket's actually if you generate something, you can actually just short out the lightsaber.
They're made with more purity. Cortosis. Spend
like-
3 advantage
so
or 1
basically-
triumph on a ranged attack with a slug thrower against a character wielding a lightsaber to disable that lightsaber for the rest of the round.
So basically, like an anti Jedi round, just to like.
Yeah,
stuff.
no, and that is a quality of pure Cortosis weapons. If you got like a Cortosis sword or Cortosis staff or Cortosis gauntlets is also popular. They usually have a number of advantage or triumph spend to basically disable a lightsaber for
You
a
fucking
round
catch
until they
a
cycle
lightsaber
it.
with Cortosis gauntlets, holy shit.
It's got a basically by the way, Europa seems very well versed in metallurgy all of a sudden.
I mean, 4s and all.
No, yeah, but also it does make some sense because, as far as you can tell, she is kind
This
of a
is a
Jedi
Jedi
historian. So,
Yeah.
But yeah, no, she basically explains the properties in that Cortosis is a very energy resilient metal. It probably takes these guys like the reason why this guy is sketching out and planning it is probably because adding it to the alloy means it takes a fucking forever to forge. right?
Yeah, it means they have to. there's
But
a
it's
reason
very
why.
energy resilient and energy conductive. It's also used in certain like energy transfer operations and stuff, like heavy industry things.
I doubt we can get a
So
number, but we
it
try to see how many it's actually ever made. with it.
basically what it does to lightsabers is extended contact with pure cortosis matrices will actually cause the energy of a lightsaber to basically feedback loop, and it shorts itself out, and you got to reset it. This is
Oh
a problem
my.
that can also occur if you activate an unshielded lightsaber in like salt water or something.
Gotcha.
It just temporarily shorts, and you got to reset it,
Since it's like
which
a
is
plastic
freaky
shield and
deaky if it's your only protection.
Yeah.
And in alloyed form, cortosis weave, like what Aramaa's got in her armor, it's just energy resistant enough to stop lightsabers, among lots of other
I
things.
assume it also has just like really good like metal tolerance, so it just
Yeah,
holds
no, it gives the
stuff.
cortosis quality, so it's breach proof. The downside is that cortosis is, in its pure form, it's dense but brittle.
Mhm.
It tends to react poorly to like physical pressure and trauma.
So you need to like actually like
yeah,
make
you-
it alloyed.
You have to alloy it, or you have to be very careful with your pure cortosis because it's heavy and will break, but it gets them lightsabers real good.
So,
Anyway, you guys have your little powwow.
All right, but let
Changes it.
us continue on the day armed with new knowledge and hecking concerns.
All right, so like we said, this is about the work period.
Mm-hmm.
But by the way, you guys you got your stuff packed up. You guys come into the meeting hall for the evening meal, communal evening meal. Some people do eat in their homes, but usually they get together and eat in one big building because it's warmer.
Yeah.
Conservation of energy. You guys do already hear some the kids are telling stories about the Jedi punch lady and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Her light sword and whatever. They by the way, they call your lightsaber sword of light.
I am totally
their way
just,
of
no. That's cool. That's cool. I like that better.
Play on Talos.
stuff like that. So but you also actually, like, you pass by a table full of Schmidt folk, and actually some of them are discussing in hushed tones that apparently Camo produced like a masterwork like hand axe without any practice.
You know,
You
just
did get a triumph. Like,
I know,
just,
questioning look at Camo.
I wanted to try what it was like to do like use it like raw alloys instead of just polymers.
I see.
wanted to work with his hands. And you guys kind of once again go to the back where you met with Yanan before. She is sitting in the exact same spot. You're not sure she's moved at all, but hey, she's old. But now several of these big comfy seats are filled with several other older folk of various looks like classes. There's a big scarred guy with one of his the Jaegerfolk swords propped up by his chair, much like Yannan's got her stick propped up.
Mm-hmm.
You see that big burly old smith that Schmidt folk that Camo actually talked to about the cortosis.
Mm-hmm.
He's kind of sitting there too. Someone who's wearing a lot of what looks like new and fresh animal furs and hides. Got like a shepherd style crook, probably a herder kind of a thing, and several other people besides. Looks like this is the informal council of elders, and you guys are invited up to the big boy table, basically.
Yeah.
To sit and eat and talk.
Mm-hmm.
You're presented with the finished product of the stew, and also some simple bread.
Delish.
It's a little. It wouldn't be like a flat bread, but it's definitely not like a rich, moist bread. But it's got some flavor to it. They've got some natural sweetening of some kind.
Mm-hmm. They found a sweet fungus. They crush up that powder. They mix it in there a little bit.
Yeah, something that produces natural sugars. There is what they call wine. It's probably not literally wine, but it's definitely some kind of alcohol. If you guys actually drink some, it probably tastes like decently watered down. It's just, how do you make sterile water without technology. You gotta boil a lot of stuff or mix it with alcohol. So they do both. But yeah, just have a pleasant meal. And there is some small talk among the elders. All of them are like, I won't run through all their names because I don't got them. But you're all introduced to them and like run down the list of like, saying their various forms of hello and stuff, expressing their respect for various rumors they've heard about you already, even though it's only been like 2 hours. Small town go.
Mhm.
But as the meal kind of settles down and another round of wine is brought, they get down to brass tacks again. This feels very familiar to you. It's almost like you did this literally last night with similar old grizzled dudes and ladies who are all hardworking people. So the Springfolk's little informal war council is a lot more direct. There's a lot of back and forth, but basically, the way this kind of comes is they very quickly and without any input from you guys come to the agreement that, okay, yes, there is a threat. A village got knocked over. The Jedi have come. They are respected. We understand that there's stuff going on, and we need to be on alert. We should, marshal our arms. The smith is like, yeah, we'll switch from nails to arrowheads for a little bit, kind of a thing. Make sure everybody's stocked up on ammo, that kind of stuff. But then Yanin brings forth the question of, like, you said you would ask for their assistance in scouting, and then they're kind of like, well, hold on now. The big scarred guy is like, all right, I know Jedi are to be respected, but they are not Jägerfolk. And this is a matter of war. So I do not think we would be giving them the authority to show that they can go in this matter. And then Yanin's kind of like, now hold on. They said they've got others involved. They've already recruited some help from the nomads over the way, and there's some hemming and hawing, but Yanin kind of cuts back like, hey, I mean, come on. Let's not be dumb. We can even admit they're faster, right, in their vehicles. They're so noisy and smelly and scare everything. Yeah, but they're fast and they're big. You can push over a Tundra Strider. You can't push over an Ice Crawler. None of you have a super high move, right?
No.
None of the Jedi? Okay.
No.
You guys can't push over an Ice Crawler. It's a funny thought, though. Anyway.
It is.
So they have this back and forth and kind of a thing. And then the primary crux of it seems to be, right, that while they are respectful to the Jedi and their Republic, right? Like I said, they've got a very clear history of, the Republic and the Jedi are known to be allies and authorities. Like they the way they see it is that the Republic allowed them to have this land, right? Because they weren't here originally. Because they're not actually indigenous people; they're space colonists. So, like, they have respect for them, and they know that the Jedi are the symbol of the Republic. They are the guardians of the Republic, so they know that they are to be respected. But you guys are just rando outsiders who literally walked in, so how do they know they can take you as an authority, right?
Mm-hmm.
How do they know what your craft is to trust? Like, you can say you're a general, and they understand the words, but they don't know how to mean it. So I have some thoughts if this goes on too long, but if you have any arguments you want to make yourself or anything.
I'm thinking. You say that, but at the same time, it's just like, I wish I could solve problems by punching someone. But
No, that would probably not be the
no, not the Springfolk one.
trial by combat is probably reserved for like serious interpersonal grievances, not
Also,
as
like-
like a test of strength. Because there's even without your sword of light, there's not really a good way to friendlily hit each other with 6-foot iron blades. So, yeah, no. If you guys had like done a bad thing and were on trial, maybe you could punch your way out of it. But
No, well, I guess the only thing we really bring to the table is we can pay for the services. We do have some trade goods on the way that might be of use to them. But, and I guess we can push the button of bad things are happening to other villages. We will need all the help we can get to ensure that, it doesn't happen to any more.
all right. So I think, just for the sake of putting some randomness to it, go ahead and make me a. Ooh. I'll let you pick. Make me an average charm or leadership check.
Well, they're saying that we're not sure if you have the authority. Well, it's time to me to be the fucking authority.
Yeah, let's see how they take you at your negotiation. That's not really a negotiation.
It's not really a negotiation, but let me.
Because this is one of those things that they do not treat it like a barter.
Well, the assist, yeah.
And you are definitely
Nah, I will not.
throwing out things like, well, not only can we like provide you with supplies and stuff as part of being the cool Republic guys that we are, but also there's a lot of stuff going on. We need to like come together. So
average,
let's see.
yes.
Yeah, average. We're abstracting a little.
BV.
Hey, we're only 2.5 hours in.
Oh, hey.
Yeah, we press. I like we could probably keep going for a bit.
I believe that is everything.
Very good. Yes.
Very good. Let's make it 5 success for advantage.
Okay. All right. So that 4 advantage will spread out pretty far, and you've got a decent success. So yeah, you give them your convincing togetherness speech and stuff and whatnot, but they still kind of, well, okay. I'll start with you did succeed and you got your advantage. So you do basically appeal to all of them, the whole elders, and with your high levels of success, they agree in theory to your alliance, I guess is how they think of it. Like,
yes.
They understand what you're saying. They believe you.
Yes.
That everybody needs to come together, right?
Right.
You don't normally feel drowsy when hot?
I know. I do.
I get warm and sleepy.
Mm-hmm.
Sleepy warm.
Big comfy.
Well,
blanket
it's
to kill
probably
me.
lots into hellish dry heat, so maybe not. But I don't know. I'm thinking about fluffy covers.
Yeah, me too.
Mm.
Big
I have my
comfy
heater all
energy.
day.
I have actually been a little cold today. Anyway. So they hypothetically agree with the idea that something needs to be done, and they're right here, and you're right here, so we can come together. Culturally, though, the sticking point is basically like, okay, you're cool, but we got to get like everybody on board with the idea that you're cool, and they're thinking to themselves, what can we do to make people like they know the Jedi are all right, but how do we? Because you're gonna have to like smooth over some connection with raiders and nomads and etc. Right? So they're kind of thinking, okay, how do we get our town and any other village we may run into to buy in the idea that these guys are okay? And Yanin actually comes up with a suggestion. She kind of leans forward on her stick and goes, well, if ye be needing the wisdom to bring people together, there is one way to show it.
Oh shit. Pregnant pause.
Everybody looks around. They kind of give her the like, no, you can't look. Just like, she nods sagely. I'm talking about the test of the Azure Mountain.
I was right.
Yeah, I just look at the chat. It's just like in all caps.
Yeah.
I hope I don't.
I love that because I'm reading out of my notes, I'm like not always looking at chat, but then we have these explosions that I can tab over and be like, yeah, that happened when I said that. Yep. So
That would
yeah,
be-
no. She basically says, these Jedi, they're listeners, speaking to the world. Well, we should have them speak to the mountain. She kind of turns to you, Aramaa, and also make sure to include Europa and Wevu in her conversation, and is basically like, we have a way for Wisfolk to prove that they are ready for their position, that they have achieved a level of mastery and awareness, Trial of the Mountain. We told you we used to mine out the mountain. Correct?
Yes.
There are natural caves and passages down there. Inside, there is no light. And you may take no torch or lamp with you. No fire. And you must walk under the mountain and speak to it. Listen to the mountain through natural instinct. You bring no food with you. The only water is snowmelt and the springs if you can find them. If you can make your way through the passage, you have proven that you have a heart and mind of wisdom and can be seen as having foresight to be trusted for your word and to bring people together.
Sorry, this is just out of character because I missed it. What was it? You can't bring weapons and armor with you as well?
No, they didn't say anything about that. I mean, there's
Okay.
nothing to fight down there. It's a pitch dark mountain hole.
Okay.
They specifically say you bring no lamp or torch with you.
Oh,
And they're kind of like, okay, the guys are like, all right, well, that'll solve it, but isn't that a little, that's a very serious trial? And she's like, yes, it is. There's only two ways out. Either you return from whence you came, or you make it through. But do not worry, Jedi friends. I myself will stand at the other end in vigil for as long as it takes you. She kind of, once again, taps Boots, but also Camo. Sure, we'll Camo on this. Taps you on the shins. I expect your soldiers will stand with me as well in vigil. Yes?
oh, I'm not allowed to go in?
No.
No.
I think I've
Aw.
done.
It's
not
I've
that
done
kind of
something like
trial.
this before.
Boots is just genuinely disappointed. It's like, oh,
No, that would not be appropriate.
No, Boots, no.
I wanted to try the cool trial.
I have
think I'd
heard
make it easy.
I have heard from your general here, ye be seeking the world crown. You will find many more dark tunnels to crawl through, if rumors are to be believed.
What's
It's a
the
very
bet it's
steep
gonna?
and dangerous climb.
I will imagine it's gonna be similar to. I can't remember what the other place was. That Boots will somehow fall into a hole again at the World
Was
Crown.
it the water garden or something? Anyway, yeah.
Black Garden?
She can. That wasn't the Black Garden. It was a. Though you did go, didn't you guys go down a natural slide in the Black Garden also?
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we
It
had
was
a whole
not an
bubble where it was
accident.
like
That wasn't intentional.
No,
That
that
was
was
like
that
the
was
one
the that was
order,
one of the first Gardner facilities. Boots literally
Yeah,
found
the
in
first
hole.
Gardner facility was that was you rolled like 3 threat and fell in a mud hole and slipped.
Yes.
That was also, I think, called a garden. Was it the Hidden Garden? I'd have to double check my notes. I'm sure I've got them
Possibly.
somewhere. Anyway, yeah. So
Yeah,
basically, she's the rough outline is you gotta go in a dark hole with no food, no light, and come out the other side.
Mhm.
And it's supposed to be like a test of fortitude and wisdom and stuff.
stuff.
Reminds you of things.
I'm up to do it right now if you want to. Just-
Well, you don't go. That's
No.
the thing.
I meant I'm up to
Only
like this happen.
Jedi go.
Yeah,
On the
yeah,
Jedi goal.
yeah.
Yeah. Why do you think?
if you like, should we go right now? Yeah, and it would be like, no, we wait for daylight. It's already dark and cold. You don't want to start with a handicap.
Okay.
So yeah, if you guys are up for it, which it sounds like you are,
Mhm.
because you're cool.
We cool.
That'll probably be a thing for like first light tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so it's now been like 2 more hours. I gotta go pee again. I think we'll take a pauser here.
Okay.
I'll
And
leave
we
the
come back,
recording
we'll
up, but I'm
do-
gonna go take a pause as well. I'll be right back.
A trial.
Be right back. This.
Everybody take 5.
Yep.
there's layers of this because it's like we have a whole adventure before we even get to the actual like Indiana Jones part. Actually, thinking about it, this is more like very more like Indiana Jones because it's like we're with, like the locals and then like figuring out like the value of the area and figuring out we have to deal with the actual like opposition and then actually like investigate the ruin.
Yeah, the only Indiana Jones I've watched are the third and fourth one, so I can't really comment.
Fair enough. It's more just the feeling I get.
Hmm.
Ah, dang, the GIF I want to load up doesn't want to load.
Bop, 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 bop. Looks like I might be having dinner soon, so I might have to take a longer break.
Okay. I'm having dinner right now. Kinda.
I've enjoyed like the feeling of this because it's like, oh okay, so this whole adventure is we're gonna get the locals and deal with like the opposition, and then
Yeah, I wasn't. I
and then
wasn't. I
actually
wasn't,
explore the
I
room.
wasn't expecting sudden mountain trial.
Yeah,
I was just like, well, we're going to different people trying to round them all together for united push, and it feels like at least some parts of the video game where that happened, where you
Oh,
have
yeah,
to
no,
do a
totally.
trial to get their
You might have
trust.
that unguided game today. We might end it like just as like we're doing the trading and stuff, and then like preparing to go to the camp or something, depending on how this goes.
Anyway.
Yeah, we'll have to see how it goes. Anyway, I'm back.
I was gonna say dinner time is for me. So, you guys mind like waiting a bit, or do you guys want to end it here?
I mean, we can call it. We're at 2:40. You guys can start with the trial.
yeah.
So, well, one, it requires Lucky to be there, and it would be role playing heavy probably.
Yeah.
So,
I
'cause you're
imagine-
really-
I don't mind waiting.
I think if you guys don't mind waiting, I'm gonna eat super
I don't
fast.
mind
It'll be like 10.
waiting.
It'll be like 10, 15 minutes tops.
I don't
Okay, we
mind
can take a
waiting.
10-minute break.
Yeah, cool.
If that's not a problem for other people, that's fine.
All right, cool. Well,
Loth, you can go like rest inside the freezer for a bit.
yeah.
What freezer?
Oh,
I can't contort myself into a tiny box.
Anyway,
You
I'm
need-
gonna
you need a
pause and I'll
chest
be back
freezer.
in a bit. All right, I have restarted the recording.
All right. I have also similarly unpaused the audio. The only thing you missed between audio and visual versions was me saying "all right" and stretching. But we're back. Hi, how we doing?
I'm
Okay.
doing. I am full of food.
Okay. So, let's get that momentum back. By taking a nap. No. But also yes, but no. So do you guys have any further questions, comments, or concerns about the trial of the mountain? Chugga-dun.
No, not really. Apparently, it
Okay.
is something serious indeed. But
Yeah,
I'll-
it's it's a pretty serious trial to finalize. Being their qualifications as a Wiesfolk.
Mhm.
They appear to have these classifications for all of their classes. Like if you're a Jaeger, you got to go out and hunt something basically by yourself, kind of a thing.
Mhm.
Whatever the usual is, but anyway, yeah. So if you guys don't have any questions about it,
No questions.
all right, you guys can go sleep.
Sleep.
Yeah, if you don't want to like pop your tents, you can they have community space for people who don't have like family homes,
Yeah,
because
no.
there is only so much space to go around in the village. So
Yeah.
because it's walled in, expanding is hard. So there's just piles of sleeping furs on the ground and stuff. Everybody sleeps, nobody quits.
Yep.
All right, so next day, and if you guys weren't all military spiritual folk, you'd probably find it annoyingly early, but it's not. It's pre-dawn. Everybody gets up. The fire pit is stoked. It was let to burn down to embers in the night, and it's stoked up in the morning. And you guys get up as people start hustling and bustling, getting their daily chores, ditching waste, washing out pans, getting fresh water carried from places and springs. And Yanin comes to you, sidles up with her stick, and is ready to take you there.
Then we must
Alright.
go.
Yep.
All right, so she leads you out of the town hall, back around behind it, and further up inside the enclosure to the very back, right up to the foot of the mountain. You guys past some natural water springs, which are, heated by geothermal activity. Drawn up for fresh water and stuff, snow melt. And in the back, there's a slightly big, spooky cavern.
Oh,
Wind kind of through it as you approach, resonating off some icicles.
this is some Jedi trial shit right here.
And basically Yanin points it out. She's like, yes. Depending on the quality of the person, the trial can take up to a day. But hopefully you won't make an old lady wait that long. As I said, there can be you travel with no light. So I believe I know Aramaa has a fusion lantern.
I will just basically strip down to just my armor, basically.
Alright. Yeah.
So drop my backpack, drop my lightsabers, drop my phase knives. I'll keep my crush guns. They good covering gloves.
Yeah.
But I'll just get rid of all extra equipment and and then weapons. Besides that.
Okay. All right. So you pile all your stuff up.
Mhm.
One of your clones probably takes it.
Yep.
Immediately becomes overencumbered. No, that's not quite how it works, but it's kind of how it works. But not exactly. I mentioned earlier, Europa has a fusion lantern. She will unclip it and pass it to one of the clones or something.
Hey guys, 1 second. I gotta go move tile saw. I'm sorry. I'll be right back though.
Okay.
Ah!
Move it.
Boots and
Nah,
Camo
Wevuguk
just
passes
holding a
off
box
anything she
full
may
of
be
stuff.
carrying.
Wait, how
Sort of
much
box.
light does electrostaffs generate if you don't have them turned on?
If you don't have it turned on, none.
Right, because I think if you turn it on, then it's killing. Or something, I think.
Something like that. It's basically sunsetting.
Yeah. Yeah, so only thing she'll probably carry as a weapon is probably electrostaff.
Sure. Staff is important. Can be helpful. Yeah, Europa just probably unclips her lantern and passes it off to somebody. She's pretty minimally garbed, just got her Jedi utility belt. And, a survival knife, but that's as much a tool as a weapon, so she can easily carry that with her. It also doesn't generate light, so it is not a torch or a lamp. Now we wait for Lucky to return real quick.
Yep.
Moving a saw.
Thankfully.
I don't actually know if he paused his video version either. He didn't say. Maybe the audio version could catch up on the video. Well, I won't because editing.
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody gets their stuff. Clones are comically unbalanced.
I think we need to find a box to put all these things in and just drag the box.
Yeah, find a handy dandy crate.
Just
Throw
find
it
a
on a
crate to
sled.
put. Just put it on a sled. Play cards with the old lady as we wait.
Yeah. Do you have any fours?
No. Do you have any sevens?
Go ice fish. And then an ice fisher comes out and kills you. No.
No.
Okay, I'm back. Wait, what'd I miss?
We were just joking about the clones playing
Joking.
cards with the old lady.
Okay. Sorry about that.
Wevu basically is going to ditch a lot of her extraneous gear as well.
Yeah. Only keeping any
Staff with
stuff.
You
you.
can't kill Kiss this with a lightsaber.
Yeah, Europa passed off her lantern.
Yeah, don't. Yeah.
The only other thing she's really carrying openly is her utility belt, so.
Camo wants to play cards because Boots is like, oh, to jog? He's like, no.
I mean, you're... One, isn't a Dejarik table heavy? A Dejarik set, weighty?
Shit, didn't I fashion like a crude Dejog set?
Yeah, like a cheap one, yeah.
I think you did. Yeah, you could probably fit that in your ruck without any extra.
Want to play bootleg Jajaric?
Your bootleg.
He is.
Yeah,
He
Boots.
probably taps his
Part of
leg.
my name.
You got two of them.
But all right. So basically, Yanin will then take the clones and Skirk, who is also here.
She is.
We just drag a
She's
sled.
mostly
with our
been
all the
minding
stuff.
her business, hunting snow.
She's been
Having thoughts.
trading snow stealth secrets with the Jaeger folk.
Mm-hmm. Thinking
We
thoughts,
just-
thinking lizard thoughts.
We'll just wait with the sled of the.
Yeah,
full
no.
of stuff.
So Yanin actually like guides you on a. It's a footpath. It takes you a little bit, but guides you basically around the mountain.
Mm-hmm.
Now you may think that logically this would mean that they're waiting for you when you get to the end, but that's probably not how it works. But yeah, you guys basically cut around the corner and arrive at a similar cave entrance, or possibly cave exit, and basically Yanin just plants her stick in the snow and starts standing there leaning against it and says, "And now we wait.
All right.
The longest I have stood vigil is 3 days." All right, Jedi times.
Jedi time.
Yeah,
I wanted to
Jedi
mention this
times.
earlier, but Lucky stepped away when I was thinking about it. You actually, guys, as you're standing there, while there is a little bit of wind, it's actually coming out of the cave, and you do notice that it is warmer in there, at least, than the ambient temperature outside.
Mhm.
Geothermal heating, y'all.
Mm-hmm. Hey, you get
All right,
like
so there's
you
a
get
big-
you get a certain amount of underground. The temperature's just the fucking same, y'all.
Yeah.
But deep breath. If I had eyes, I would close them. And we
Right.
shall set off.
Yep.
All right. Crunch. Crunch. You guys just walk into the cave. It's pretty smooth. A lot of it is natural, but it does look like erosion and just general wear and tear has kind of melted a lot of smooth surface in here. And the indeed the light level does rapidly die off. For everybody else, this is, like at the very least standard issue pitch darkness conditions. But for Aramaa, fuck concealment, am I right? So you still have a decent grasp of the situation with your daredevil vision. And Wevu still removes one of those 3 black dice, hypothetically.
2.
Oh, 2, right? Okay, so
Yeah,
but
I don't think it actually works in complete darkness.
no, you still remove the two setback dice. You only have the 1, but that still means it's quite dark for you. Like the only thing you've got is like reflections of ambient light. Europa kind of stumbles behind you third, as far as you can tell. She does not actively have any.
I'm trying to think. Do I take her
freaky dark side
or
powers.
do I let her do this on her own? Compassion says yes, but how would she feel about that?
Well, so as it gets dark, she kind of lags behind, and she gets a little like slow, but she is taking some like pauses and like calming breaths, and does at least seem to, since you can perceive her behind you, again, daredevil powers, she does at least after a couple of seconds of like adjusting seem to at least stride with confidence.
Well, okay.
You don't get the idea that she has like literal night vision, but
this is what I'm gonna do. I will match Europa's pace.
okay, so you make sure to hang back and not, because you are genuinely not inconvenienced by this darkness at all.
No. So I will be a supporting figure by her side, but I will not actually actively assist her.
Yeah.
All right, so thought about maybe making. It's in my notes that this might involve fear checks, but actually I don't think, because you're not like super intimidated. Maybe if you guys do something that'll get you freaked out, but for now it's just dark. It's surprisingly warm in here. Hey, spoilers. Crystallized ice is a good insulator. And there's, like I said, there's geothermal heating in here, so like it's all pretty decently warm. It's actually a little humid in here. You guys have to be careful not to like walk through little drips of water because the snow melt is quite cold. But yeah,
Aramaa, and she's taking another space. She will, I guess, kind of meditate upon the mountain, listen to it,
Keep your ears out.
keep my
So yeah, if you guys want to navigate through,
Yeah.
go ahead and everybody make me, since it is nominally pitch dark and you have no tools, go ahead and make me a hard survival or vigilance check. Your choice.
I will make a vigilance check.
Luck.
Hmm.
Let us check the destiny pool.
I think you're down to 3 light.
Do I want to activate Farsight first? Just
No,
hard.
okay, so she can't. That's a Farsight thing. Wevu has no, so there's no force dice on this for her, but it's your. Oh, okay, all right.
Just thinking about this.
It's hard, but I do have 2 yellow, 1 green.
Two...
No, I want to make it. I want to make it 3 yellow. I want to be. So yes, I will spend a destiny point for destiny. Wow.
Yeah, so your rope is pretty fine.
Oh, she good.
Okay.
Jesus.
Well, yeah, she may have used one of the upgrades to seek to commit a force die to upgrade all vigilance checks. Hmm.
And that will be. So mine will be.
Okay. All right, Wevu, you do take a strain because you're still. It's still a little dark, right? Like you're bumping into things. You're a little taller than some of these folks, so you got to do that. Aramaa, take 2 strain. You are, because of your compassionate nature, you are concerned about Wevu and Europa, and occasionally, even though you can see perfectly fine, don't look where you're going and actually like stumble into small icicles or ledges or rocks. This isn't a purely smooth tunnel you're in, so
Did I just get bonked by the mountain?
you weren't listening hard enough.
Clearly.
Actually, no, Europa probably says that you weren't listening hard enough. Very, very soft spoken, as she kind of walks, kind of like arms outspread in that kind of, it's dark and I can't actually see where I'm going, but I can kind of imagine I see where I'm going.
Mm-hmm.
Big Jedi energy.
Big Jedi energy.
But yeah, so you guys are all sufficiently vigilant, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not a it's not like a difficult path. There are like rises and falls. And at points you come to some, short or I should say steep but short inclines that are like almost vertical, like you have to like hop a ledge or something.
Mm-hmm.
This is probably one of those points where like Aramaa accidentally stubs her toe or something
Bonk.
because you're not looking in the right way. But it's not, you guys are making good enough time that there's not any like exposure or anything. You ate, breakfast before you got here, so there's no concern of being hungry. If you guys feel thirsty, which you might actually, because like I said, you're probably a little tense. It's not quite warm enough to sweat, but you are probably doing a lot of deep breathing exercises, so you might be dehydrating a little. There is plenty of snow melt you can capture in your hands really quick.
Mm-hmm.
And so you guys kind of are just softly crunching and scrabbling along.
Yep.
Every once in a while, I suppose one of the others probably pipes up to like check in on everybody.
Yep. And I'm assuming that the mountain is just very, it's just the occasional drip of water, the whistle of wind.
You just hear like, wind will whistle through because there's an exit on the other side.
Mm-hmm.
And occasionally you guys do have to like look between like some cross passages or something and see which one is not correct. But you can tell because you guys are listening and feeling. You can feel airflow and sense temperature.
Mm-hmm.
You probably at some points hear in the distance the gentle bubbling of springs, melting water or steam vents even, and just occasionally there's also a little bit of that just like You know, just gentle geoflexing of the mountain above you.
If I didn't know better, I'd say that the mountain is quite talkative.
Well, they do say it speaks. Europa's kind of walking by a wall, and you notice she's running her hand along a series of glyphs carved in the rock surface.
Hmm.
They're very spiritual people here. I wonder. It may even be that to them, listening to the mountain and the wind is like sensing the Force. There are a lot of different cultures who interpret the Force a different way. We call it Force because we know that it binds us, connects us, small, large and small, but others have thought of it as a breath, a path, a river. She's kind of like gently tracing symbols on the wall as she walks and says this. Not all knowledge flows from the same source. She kind of chuckles to herself. You guys then kind of come to a split for a second, have to pause, take a breather.
Feel the wind.
Yeah. Because I was going to ask if you guys do anything maybe particular when you come to like these crossroads dissections. But
Listen to the wind, feel where it moves.
Yeah.
Maybe step into one passage to feel the temperature against another.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Listen to the groans of the mountain. I mean, I'm not good enough to do echolocation, but something.
No, but you have pretty keen senses and stuff. What was what was your vigilance roll? That would be normally 2 yellows and 1 green.
Yeah, no, I spent
Was that
Destiny on it.
Destiny? Yeah, okay. So you're still pretty good. But actually,
But run my fingers along, the walls, the icicles.
Just to be safe, let's see what happens if I roll. Oh, hey, two light pips. When you come to this particular junction, Europa meditates for like a second. Like you can tell because one of you can mostly see in the dark, and one of you doesn't actually know what dark is. That she kind of closes her eyes and does a couple of those deep breaths, and she just raises her other hand away from the wall and points down the correct passage. That way.
I will say nothing, but only do go in the indicated direction.
Yeah.
Clearly, she's a better listener than I am.
Well, I may have already spoiled. She has Seek.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like.
And big willpower
guys,
energy.
guess how many force pips you need to use to activate Seek? It's 2.
So,
Which, by the way, since I don't think has anybody in our campaigns ever actually bought Seek? Maybe.
Yeah, no. Fucking Ket had Seek.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so you know.
He
but
didn't
for other
have
people at home.
Yeah.
The basic power of Seek is you can spend 2 force pips to gain insight to the general location and direction of a person or object that you know about, regardless of distance. Obviously, you guys don't know what Europa is specifically seeking, but she senses it that way. She also has the upgrade where she can see through illusions, and I mentioned it earlier, she's got the ongoing upgrade to commit force die to upgrade vigilance and perception checks, which is the other thing she's doing. So, by the way, that means she's also FR3. You're doing math.
Math.
Okay.
But
yeah.
like I said, I'm not like trying to rush through here. Like I said, because
No, you guys, nobody really lost their bearings. Ironically, the 2 Jedi Knights may have had some issues navigating in this space, but everybody's doing all right.
Yep.
So I assume you guys are kind of setting a gentle pace. No running, but not like crawling either, because it's not exactly comfortable, but it's not exactly uncomfortable either. It's a very interesting space. This is. You guys don't know if you're like really like extra connected to the Force or anything here, but there's definitely a mystical air to this place, right? Like this was the reason why they have drawn this connection to this mountain and this passage is for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
There's definitely an atmosphere, but you guys kind of
Mm-hmm.
drip, drip, drip.
It's like Aramaa's basically taking this as, well, for one, the Force connects everything, even in ways we don't see. So
Yeah.
to walk this path is to still walk, with the Force. And she feels like there is something to learn, or at least understand, in this trial. It's like,
Yeah, you realize that you are not as tried as other people might be,
Mhm.
Aramaa. But you can still obviously like see the purpose of this.
who am I to a mountain?
Yeah, this honestly actually reminds you of some of your. This is a little harsher because you are walking through a tunnel that's unknown numbers of feet long, with no food, with no extra food, and no water.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, that does probably mean that for the sake of it, Europa did leave her Jedi utility belt behind because that has ration capsules. Just remember that. But like, it definitely speaks to certain kinds of Jedi teaching. Like, just because you can inherently see with the Force doesn't mean that you're not seeing with the Force,
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it sounds like you guys have a generally quiet, meditative walk.
Mm-hmm.
If you guys don't press her, Europa doesn't really make much conversation. She seems very focused on her like meditative state, probably because unlike you guys, she can't inherently see in the dark.
No, I'm not gonna bug her. As I said, I will be by her side for support.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
but
she walks lightly but with determination. Hey, she may have 5 willpower. Again, you guys can do math.
Yeah.
So she's very resolute but cautious, determined.
Mm-hmm.
Just step. Eventually, you guys kind of leave some of the light snow and ice to more of a, I did a little crunch noise to like clack clack as you guys walk on naked rock.
Oh.
Solid bedrock. Yeah, this thing is absolutely quite an old solid mountain. Aramaa, you can tell because you can see, and Wevuguk can kind of see, and Europa can feel. You guys get kind of the impression that as you start getting a little deeper into this place and taking some forks and stuff, it starts to feel a little bit more like an old like a lava tube or something.
Mm. So this part might be more natural.
Yes. It did look like maybe some of the passageways you've passed and some of the like the entranceway was worked, maybe enlarged from an existing natural passage. This definitely has like the smoothness, and the floor is not always flat, for instance. Like this is an interesting geologic formation. But it is not machined or anything. Like there's no secret garden or tchotchke in the tunnel.
Yeah, no, that's fine. But Aramaa will like remove her gloves so she can feel the bare rock.
Mm-hmm.
Let her fingers train on the stone.
It's not quite warm, but it is also warm to the touch, radiating gentle heat. Heat from deep within this planet. Europa kind of, slows her step a half as you kind of pause to take it in.
Aramaa just kind of has this realization that this mountain is alive in its own way.
Just like everything else on Sohaliv. We had this conversation before. This planet is interesting in the Force. Every little thing feels alive. You would think, even out there on that ice, you can see that she gestures kind of like up and around you.
Mm-hmm.
But that too, in a way, is probably alive.
The cracking.
Obviously, there's life under the ice, but the ice melts, it flows, breaks up into icebergs. The water.
Flies on the wind, screams in the air. Aramaa, continues walking, just letting her fingers trail against the tube.
Mhm. Yeah. At some points, you actually also feel some of those glyphs,
Mm-hmm.
chiseled into the rock directly.
Run my fingers around them.
Mm. You're not super an expert because you're in pitch darkness. You can't use your audiovisual translator even if you got it on you. One of those keywords is visual. But you do have enough experience with seeing these before and talking about them that these are almost like protective
Mhm.
or maybe guiding. Like these are prayers left by people for those going through the trial. Like, dear mountain, please don't kill this guy inside you. Make sure they get out okay, kind of a thing. Vaguely anthropomorphic shapes. A lot of the symbols for mountains are probably like lots of strong triangles or trapezoids, right?
Mm-hmm.
Very anchored, angular shapes. The mountain represents strength, but also growth.
Mhm.
The wind represents freedom, but also chaos. The snow represents death, but also water, so life. Everything connects together. Even the trees out here, they're fossilized, but they used to be alive.
And still they remain.
I wonder what remains for us at the World Crown.
I'm expecting one hell of a view.
Well, the auroras are pretty vibrant. The planet is so strange. Everything is shaped, but natural. Even this. It's a mountain. I don't know if the gardeners put it here deliberately or just let Sohaliv run wild, but it's grown here, been, made here, and then people came here. They live with it. They grow because of it. As you guys pass by a gentle, there's a crack in the tube that you see natural water bubbling out of, right, forming a small spring or vent.
Mm-hmm.
The Springfolk are called that because they live directly on these vents. Keeps them warm. It's funny, I can't imagine. Before today, I couldn't have imagined the idea that on Sohaliv you'd need to concentrate yourselves to live on a source of water. Everything's so wet down south.
Yeah, but these people, they have, and from the way the Springfolk live, they manage. Even happily, I would say sometimes. The children the children laugh and smile. The adults work and toil. The elders tell stories. Hunters hunt.
Mm-hmm.
Life upon life. Whether it was put there or it's natural, it's life.
And that is what we are protecting. Remember what Yanin called us all, after all. The Jedi. Guardians of the Republic.
Guardians of the Republic.
Even out here, these people remember it was because of the Republic. They were able to travel out here, and I guess you could say it's because of the Republic, kind of. They can live their way of life, at the very least. Outpost Sohaliv has never bothered to tell these people how to live their lives. Europa kind of laughs to herself.
Eh. Aramaa kind of sighs and's like, I'm not sure people would so that Moriru know these people are here, really.
Oh, I'm sure they've heard stories, just like the people up here have heard stories of them. Sorry, I'm just caught up now imagining Director Aban trying to tell people what to do outside of, like, a lecture hall.
I don't know if he would just be laughed off. I really don't. He's good at his desk and at the and then the lectures, but we've really changed things here, haven't we?
Oh yeah, you forget I was here before you guys.
Yeah, so
It's,
you know,
well, the war coming here made everything more chaotic, but it was still different. But you really put a lot back into Soholiv. You should be careful, though. She kind of looks over her shoulder at you. She says, "You gotta be sure to keep some for yourself. Give everything you got, you know." She got.
Aramaa is kind of silent. And do you think I'm doing the right thing? Investing all these resources into
Sorry.
here?
Reset my Discord. What did you say?
I'll ask Europa. Aramaa asked Europa if does she think that Armag's doing the right thing with, but she just kind of leaves it ambiguous like that.
Europa kind of stops where she is and kind of looks up around and says, "Well, kind of ironic. Full-fledged Jedi Knight, General of the Republic, asking me, humble member of the Service Corps. But
Aramaa scoffs at that.
She kind of smiled at that, but continues. The way I was taught, and sometimes I think the way a lot of the Order believes, is that you ask, are you doing the right thing? I don't think there is a right thing, but you are doing right by the people of Soholiv and the Republic and the Jedi. Sometimes people get confused with that. A lot of other people have done a lot of things right. The Springfolk, what they do is right for them, right?
Yeah.
Kind of gestures around. They're living life their way. They're not bothering anybody. I'm sure we could find some quibbles with their culture. After all, as I said, I'm fairly certain some of the wise folk who have taken this trial have been able to sense the Force. But, their way works for them. Same with the nomads. Little cramped, little smoky, but they get by. Same with the people in More Iridu. Most of them do right. Some of them do not, but I believe you have punched a few of them and made them see the error of their ways. Yes, I do think you are doing right. Just, you got to be careful. Don't focus on doing the right thing. Just think on doing right. Sometimes trying to do one action isn't the correct way. It's it's like the metals those guys forge. If you can only bend one way, eventually you will. She kind of makes a twisting motion with her hand. You will break. Metals, artworks, everything is stronger when it's flexible. You can't be too rigid or you'll snap. But you can't be too malleable, otherwise you're too soft. You metaphorically can't hold anything in. Can't stop anything that tries to get through you. I wonder if before all this, maybe she kind of gestures out in the world again. Maybe we were a little too malleable. We let too much go on without interfering directly because of politics and all that. Then other days, I wonder if we're too rigid, and if we're not careful, the Clone Wars will snap us. Like brittle steel. But I'm just a historian. Catalog books, artifacts, teach people about them. What do I know, huh? She kind of winks back at Aramaa, obviously knowing that you can fucking see Cheater.
Well,
She's on the equivalent of Vigilance 5 right now.
nothing
what's up.
nothing surpasses her right now.
No, Aramaa will chuckle and just like, ever since I came here, I came with the intent to change the way I lived my life. Not to be bound by tradition and the values of people half a galaxy away, but to look with my own eyes and make my own decisions and live for the people and the ideals that I embody. And I think for the most part I've lived up to that. People will definitely say that I am not the most conventional Jedi. Aramaa, flexes her hands, the crush gaunts.
Power fist noises.
Power fist noises. But
Do you, casually crush a pebble?
yeah, sure. Well, no, I'll crush a piece of ice. Just
All right. It turns into fine powder.
fine powder. But in a weird sort of way, I've come to like Solo live. Ooh, excuse me. I like the people. I like the places we see. I like investigating things. And if I get into a brawl every once in a while, that's never necessarily too bad. But one day this war will end. And then everything I do here might be put up to question. Why did a Jedi Knight go around, spend a bunch of money for a she looks up to the mountain and says, "No offense intended, backwater planet. Why did I throw out so much attention and display like unconditional compassion, like leniency to those who would do harm to others, consort with criminals, and
Oh, you'd be surprised what some people get up to.
yeah, but
I was
Loth disappeared. Where'd he go?
well, that's funny. He
Just
didn't want to interrupt you. He's
exploded.
sleepy, so
Oh,
Yeah.
he just DM'd me that he didn't want to interrupt your moment, but he's gotten sleepy and wants to basically sit out the rest because he's not going to be needed for the session, which I
okay.
think is correct. So
Okay.
I was gonna
Okay.
bring it up in a different moment, but okay, fine. We brought it up.
We'll just message him what his XP is after the end.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I said. I'll fill him in on anything he needs to know later. Okay.
Mhm.
Yes,
But-
you were talking about that stuff, and
And so-
Europe was saying it takes all kinds.
It takes all kinds.
There are some Jedi on the council who they call themselves radicals, but there are a lot of people of a lot of different stripes in the order. You meet all kinds in the service corps, in the libraries, out there in the world. She kind of looks Aramaa up and down, and looks Wevuguk up and down. You guys probably don't remember. I think you were a few years behind me in training. My master was an archaeologist. We went all kinds of fun places. You guys hop over a little crack in the floor or something,
Mhm.
and she's just like, "This is great fieldwork vibes. I have been in many deep dark holes. Usually there are Jedi artifacts or something in the bottom of them, but sometimes we just go into holes because we don't know what's inside them.
Mhm.
It's kind of how that works. But trust me, I had more than enough concerns as a young little Padawan asking my master, about some of the people we talked to. I am absolutely convinced some of her friends and associates were antiquity smugglers, but they returned things or discovered things that were of importance to the Jedi, and a fair other number of cultures who they were misappropriated from. And I mean, if you sell off your own history, how much did you really care about it in the first place?
Mhm.
Not that a place like Solib, for instance, has a lot to sell, but they try. But no, I'm sure there are definitely some members of the council who and the order who engage in lots of different things, activities. You guys are out doing field work a lot. I listen to some of the reports. You would not believe some of the things Master General Skywalker gets up to. The guy's crazy. I think the Hollow News is calling him the man with no fear. She just shakes her head. Who? Actually, no. She'd probably be like, "Wouldn't that be neat?"
Spoilers, Europa's morality is caution/fear.
Because they say to give Jedi characters morality.
Mm-hmm. It's like fear. I have an interesting relationship with fear.
Don't we all?
Yeah.
Once upon a time, a long time ago, I faced a fear so great I thought I would not come back from it.
Europa kind of pauses, looks at you levelly.
It was dark, scary. There was constant screaming. I don't know if it was mine or someone else's. The fire was hot. The blood was red. And something in me broke.
Europa kind of reaches over and you said you're still in armor, right?
Yeah.
She probably kind of like gently touches a forefinger to the center of your breastplate, like sternum level.
Mm-hmm.
You were brittle.
I was. But in breaking, I think I was able to be reforged.
That's right. If something breaks, you can put it back together again. Europa actually reaches under the back of her coat, and you can see this perfectly. She pulls out a lightsaber hilt, which is very unusual, BT dubs.
Oh.
And she actually will snap it to life.
Oh.
Because technically, you weren't. Lightsabers weren't verboten. You guys just were cool and did the Yoda thing where you left your weapons behind.
Mm-hmm.
The lava tube is now filled with a very pale magenta style light. It's like the, I guess you'd call it magenta or pink blade you can get in Fallen Order kind of a thing. In this light detail, you guys can notice the hilt of the lightsaber. It's a little long, but it's elegantly crafted of some kind of crystalline polymer or metal.
Oh, wow.
Flowing, artistic, about halfway up. And then the bottom half is toned slightly different. You guys are not... actually, Wevu, you have decent mechanics, right?
Yeah, about I think mechanics 3 and 2.
Yeah, you're fairly skilled at mechanics. Though Aramaa has good eyes for detail. But you notice that there's definitely a difference in quality on the lower level. Not in where the focusing crystal, the lightsaber goes, but in some of the power components and things. But it looks like the nature of the hilt wrap, which looks like it's something very artistic, maybe like a soft silk or maybe a leather of some kind. Again, everything about this seems very, very artistic, very well polished. But it kind of changes in tone, and the bottom half of the hilt is rougher, almost a little unfinished looking.
Mm-hmm.
But she kind of holds it out. I don't know if you guys know this, but I was in training to be a knight. It's funny. Aramaa, you say your experience with fear was long, dark, painful. I broke a little once too, but it was a sharp, clean cut. She holds up her lightsaber and gestures with the bottom half, and also with her other hand, she taps her side. It cost me 2 ribs.
Oh.
It was just as the war was starting. You guys were both still Padawans, probably. I took my trials formally, as not a lot do these days. The trial of skill ended with a sparring match with one of the council's blade masters. It's not really meant to threaten your life, but it's supposed to be serious enough that you have to bring all your skill to bear. And, I crafted this beautiful thing. She holds up her lightsaber. Put a lot of effort into it. Spent a lot of time with it. No, I was gonna be an artisan. But in that vital moment, I froze up. I did not parry correctly. She kind of winces and gives a wry smile. Kind of rolls her right shoulder a little. And well, I will say that the master who I was sparring against had perfect control. They pulled off the strike with enough time to not kill me. I was left with a very painful reminder, and my lightsaber was destroyed. She kind of snaps it off and puts it back. I woke up a couple of days later out of a bacta tank. Obviously, my master had come to speak to me that I had failed my trial. I froze up, showed fear at the wrong moment. I hadn't remembered my training or my skill. He asked me if I wanted to retire and join the service corps, and she kind of taps her side again. I thought about that little moment, the hesitation, the pain, and I was like, I decided to. And that's when I really failed my trial. I didn't have the strength then to follow through. I found out later, Master, she was an archaeologist, I said.
Mm-hmm.
She kept working. She died a few years into the war. One with the Force now. Apparently, she fell defending an archive from separatist forces that were trying to move through.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds just like her. But she had some personal items with her that were recovered, including this. She holds up her hilt. It wasn't restored quite the same, but she rebuilt it. So Europa pockets it back. So I hold on to it. It's a very particular item. And it reminds me, you gotta be malleable. But not too malleable. She turns back and kind of, a little more forceful this time, double taps Aramaa on the sternum. Now you're good. You're not brittle anymore, but you're not too bendy. You hold your water just fine. I've heard of a technique with porcelain where they fill in the gaps with cracked porcelain with gold. It's more beautiful that way, more dynamic. Kind of like us, huh? She gestures around to the two of you.
Yeah, aren't we a trio?
But I think we have maybe lingered in this lava tube a little too long. Boots is absolutely bored, and I don't know how Camo puts up with him, but what was her name again? I forgot my own NPC name.
Yarn?
Yeah, Yarn. Yanin. It's got an N in
Yanin.
2 N's in there. Yanin. But Yanin might just kill him.
Oh. I said last time I punched him, he said he'd be a bit better about this, but yeah. Let's continue.
Yeah.
That was Europa Real's backstory. That's why she has really good skills, like lightsaber 4. Oh, technically she should have some mechanics, shouldn't she? Probably
Yeah.
do that. It's her run.
Pretty good, like, NPC quest line character if it was like a full like Star Wars RPG.
Well, I love Europa, so I'm pretty.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, she's got some craft in there.
Europa.
But yeah,
is
Europa. I did some research into the Jedi trials, and they can be pretty wild when they're not informal.
Mm.
So yeah, she that's her morality is caution fear. So
Mhm.
she has problems with facing her own fears and hesitation. She hesitated in the wrong moment, and then she let that fear make her decision. So she failed her trials for realsies, kind of,
Mhm.
and quit to go be a scholar.
Mhm.
But this is why she has a decent force rating and a lot of other ancillary skills.
I'm actually shoot. I'll just go ask Master Logo
About stuff.
about stuff. Yes.
Also, now that it's here, I can let you know about, since you know it exists.
Wow.
Wow.
Anyway, but
Yeah,
Aramaa
so
will continue
she's-
in contemplative science and silence. Excuse me.
Contemplative science. She blinded me with science. Hell, we could call this episode that. You guys are in the dark right now.
I'm pretty sure
Yeah.
we called another one that already.
Did we already? I bet we did. We're animals. I'll pull it up just to double check.
But
But,
well, actually, Aramaa will turn. Actually, I don't know whether are you ahead of us or behind us.
I think she might be a bit ahead. She just started moving.
Yeah, it makes sense. But I'll call
It's
forward.
just-
I'll call forward. Wevu, how you holding up?
Just you can actually just see her. Well, of course,
Yeah.
everyone can see her looking around because
That's me.
you freaking cheating eyes.
Hey, it's not cheating if I was born with them. Hey.
Yeah, out of character, but it's just like, it's just like, it reminds me of home a bit.
Deep, dark, crate, noisy mountains remind you of home.
Yeah, we were born in what was considered the dark.
Oh.
Yeah, Selonians live in dens.
Yeah, underground dens. They're just like caverns and whatnot.
If I remember correctly, I believe Selonia is mostly covered in water, so the only
Yeah.
places that Selonians can live is
They have like islands,
Underground
but
islands
those
and
are
things.
just like places where they can come out of. But yeah,
I'm sorry, I'm laughing because I was going to YouTube to check myself, and I looked at one of the comments, and someone that says, "Truly, the more I learn about Lucky's life, the more I want to know. Better lore than some FGO servants." Keck. But,
this is probably a tiny image, but we'll copy image of Selonia.
Salonia
There it is from
Nice.
orbit.
orbit. But, well, Arma will mull that over a little bit,
yeah.
and so like, you having any deep thoughts yourself?
It's just like I wonder if I ever broke. It's like my species culture is one of the more maybe like more aggressive, but not as aggressive as some species I've heard about. But
It's true. We are looking for Mandalorians. You can say it.
I mean,
Europa's a Jedi historian. She knows all about Mandalorian ruckuses.
yeah,
ruckus.
well, like them or others, but we're it's like after a while it's just like it's in my blood to be a warrior. And it's like kind of hard to figure out like how to be peaceful.
I'm sure there's some arcane version of the Jedi Code which says something about war yet peace.
Probably.
The code's an interesting body historically, but it's more about interpretation and teaching than rules, really.
Hmm.
Anyway, I think this is our path up ahead this way. She just gestures down a tube tunnel.
Much
All
follows.
right.
I rolled
Oh,
seek
wow.
once. I don't know how narratively how long she has to keep seeking, but she seeks. So
Go forth. All right, let's see here.
well, if nobody has any more deep thoughts under the mountain.
Yeah, no. Number 6 was she blinded me with science.
That makes sense. I think you guys were literally blinded with science in that one, by which I mean that was the episode. It's a shame Loth's not here to see it, but he can always listen back to the audio. Hi, future Loth. Loth's just like, that's me. I'm future Loth. I know Meg is doing an impression of me. It doesn't sound very Australian. No, that's because I've done about 4 or 5 different voices. Some of them for the same character this session. So
Yeah, the basic part for C doesn't say anything about how long it lasts.
yeah, it's one of those things. It's like when people ask, "Hey, how long can I levitate something with move?" Well, about as long as the GM thinks you can.
Yeah, it's just like, okay, just refer to the GM for anything that's not.
Do we think you've
specified.
narratively taken too long standing there hovering this snack cake to your mouth? No? Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm just liking. There's definitely sometimes a fucking story to tell with these titles. Like, just looking at this, we have titles: Under Pressure, Snake in Your Face, You Are a Pirate, Holy Diver, Sugar, We're Going Down. I was like,
Yeah,
there's
yeah,
a story there.
we go places.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no. We got great stuff.
Drew, I will make. There's also a bit of. It was a very like touching over. It's like, man, I'm not needed here at all. It's so weird feeling
Oh,
sometimes.
He did say like this would be.
Don't worry, we'll find some weird spiritual moment for clones. Probably not under a mountain.
Yeah.
It'll probably be somewhere in some weird facility.
Or in a foxhole somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's something to
I
do
mean,
with
I
like.
would love to smash cut to you and what you and Boots are doing. The unfortunate thing is what you're doing is probably playing cards or Dejaric.
Yeah, we're just keeping the time.
Yeah. But honestly, I think we've got out basically all our big deep thoughts, so we
Yeah.
can probably accelerate this or not.
Yeah, we've spent about an hour on this part of the plot. So
Yeah.
We probably end it. We probably just end it.
yeah,
After
no,
this
I
finish,
think
then, like,
we're
we're
probably
back,
gonna
yeah.
wrap up after this. So basically, after another couple of walking, you guys don't really. Yeah, I don't think any of you are carrying any spare chronos or anything. You guys don't really have a great sense of timing
No.
per se.
Mhm.
But you do kind of wander out, and for the outside, for Camo and for Boots' future reference, when we ask him what he wants to do later, this probably, let's see, you guys rolled what, like 2 success each?
I rolled
basically?
3 and 2 threat. Ooh, excuse me.
Yeah, okay, so 3, 2, 2. Yeah, so you guys get this done probably in a couple of hours.
Oh, nice.
I'll say somewhere between 2 and 3 hours.
Okay.
Like you guys don't ever really get lost. You don't seriously stumble. It's not exactly a harrowing experience, but it's also not. It wasn't the easiest thing in the world, but you guys have all literally done worse this campaign.
Mm-hmm.
And so eventually, light just starts to grow ambiently.
Mhm.
And just starts to grow in front of you. The shaping of the whatchamacallit, the tunnel starts to go back to that more like worked stone look,
Mhm.
more like ice melting shaping. Okay. It's a new day. I just realized I didn't check the weather. The weather is not gone anywhere. It's still unseasonably clear.
Okay.
And you guys kind of eventually get to a point where air starts to flow like up and out. There's a little bit of a cold breeze in your face,
Mhm.
air cycling. I would refer to Boots, but Boots is not here currently. So, Camo, you have been standing there doing whatever it is you're doing to fill time. I'm sure we'll figure that out with Loth next time.
Yeah, I assume it's like just as a probably just a bookkeeping matter. We probably want to start next session with like us getting back to the nomads, I guess. To like coordinate
Probably, unless you guys have something more to do. We'll cover that in a sec. But like you're kind of standing out there. You're getting ahead of
probably
yourself,
like
you know?
playing cards, actually, like
Yeah.
probably play cards, like talking, like probably exchanging stories or like
Mhm.
the lady, like what's it like to have like
Yeah,
run.
Yanan definitely is. She mostly just stands there and leans on her stick. But you know, if you go to set up some cards on like a nearby rock, she'll probably be like, "Hey, deal me in."
Yeah, it's like, hey, you don't have to like, you can stay there, but it's still like card 3 standing there.
I'm gonna let some weird plastic schmuck handle my cards. What do you think? Yanan was born yesterday?
It wasn't. I take offense to
Suckers.
plastic. I'm gonna beat you 5 times.
Oh, I don't think you'll win.
That's me.
Bonk.
I don't think Camo flinches when he gets bonked. Is the thing.
Probably not. No. I mean, I literally hit Boots several times in the shin, and I don't think he ever talked about how he flinched or reacted at all. So no,
Mhm.
I think you guys are just used to this.
I think it's because I've been hit worse casually.
You've
We will
also
begin
been hit worse not casually. you guys have been shot at a lot, but yeah, no. Basically, you guys probably hear a little bit before you can see, just gentle clacking and crunching, and the guys emerge. Yanis kind of stands up and leans on his stick again. He's just like, "Ah, so you listen to the mountain? Good. Not the fastest. Good time though."
I learned that the mountain had quite a bit to say, and unfortunately I wasn't quite the best listener at times.
She nodded. Yes, that's how it be. The mountain is full of wisdom. Been here a long time. Been here since before the Republic came.
Mm-hmm.
You'll find mountains like it when you go north to the World Crown. I'm sure of it. But let us return to the hall. I will let everyone know you have passed the trial. Truly, the Jedi are wise and can be trusted to guide us through these trying times. She kind of smiles to herself. Like anyone needs the mountain to tell them that. she looks over at y'all and winks. That's okay. Part of being wise is knowing when you have to tell other people little stories. And what story to tell. She kind of crunches along through the snow again.
Mm-hmm.
Someday, hopefully, you will all be old and you will have time to tell funny little stories to your youngers to get them to do things. Crunches along. Crunch.
I think I've just noticed a thing where Camo might be just like more like genuine to talk when talking to like older folk. Like
That's fair.
there's this weird like kind of like respect, just considering like getting old is
Also,
weird
I will
clones.
say that. She's also pretty old.
Mm-hmm.
Getting old is very weird to clones, or it's like this like some like
Yeah,
level
you're
of
actually
respect.
like 11 or something.
You don't
It's
think
wild.
about it. If they're a clone, you don't really think about it. You think about it years of service.
But yeah, all right. So you guys return. There's much rejoicing.
Mhm.
You can have second breakfast. So, do you have any further conversations or concerns, or are you just going to tell him, "Hey, send your scouts to the watering hole in 3 days' time, or 2 days' time
2
now"?
days time, yeah.
2 days.
Oh.
The Yote Eagle crows at midnight. No, it doesn't. Shut up. Bonk.
No, actually, no.
I like how bonk is our now universal verb.
No. Aramaa is thinking about it, like, do right by people and whatnot, and these people are in danger because of something they may have, and she was considering hiding it from them, but no, like they deserve to know. So before we leave, Aramaa will share her theories on why villages might be being attacked and whatnot, and what Cortosis means to the Republic and the galaxy at large.
All right, so some of the swords are probably brought out. You can look at them closer. Yeah, they're So they have other metal steel compositions.
Mhm.
Their swords are made this very particular way. And
Cortosis
if you ask
alloy.
them, none of them really know how or why they picked up the cortosis forging technique. It's just
It always works.
some Springfolk found these deposits of this metal. It was very hard to work, but if you took the effort, you took the time, and worked it into the steel, it was super strong. And do you want to tell them that it's as strong as your sword of light? Basically.
I mean, you probably tell like the old lady that part. and-
No, like
Okay, so you won't couch it in those terms, but you
yeah, I'll
yeah,
tell them that
they-
it is something super valuable, in the galaxy, and that people will come here to fight for it and take it if need be.
I mean, we could probably say like they know what blasters are. Like we say, it's like blaster proof stuff. It's like blaster
it is very blaster resistant because the
Yeah.
energy transmission. So they're kind of like, oh, huh. Interesting.
And so, like, I will state my intentions that once we get all this sorted out, I would definitely like to investigate this more and maybe be their voice back on more Eridu in the Republic at large, because technically this is their land. They work it, they live it. But the Cortosis kind of changes things.
Yeah, it's the best way you would probably know to phrase it is that while if it's it's on their land and in small deposits, it's theirs. If there's more of it than they can possibly use, then people are gonna want it,
Yeah.
and it could be very important.
Yes. But then I was like, it says that's all like, I'll basically tell them how they feel about that. I will not interfere with.
Yeah. Well,
Um,
since you've passed the trial, they're basically like, you can be trusted to mediate. So
Mhm.
they basically what that was a very ritualistic way of reaffirming that Jedi are cool, dude. So they know to like trust the Jedi to like act on their behalf and
Mhm.
stuff.
Mhm.
And while I'm sure there are, because the Jedi Council is also a trip, I'm sure there are some Jedi Masters who would be like, they have anti-lightsaber swords. They can't be trusted. It's a
The-
conspiracy.
I'm
Yeah,
We
like
must take this knowledge from them. Other people would be like, nah, they've lived fucking in mountains for like 500 years or something.
they don't
Whatever,
know
it's
what
fine.
they don't know how to wield a gun.
half of them don't know what a droid is.
I mean, they do know how to wield a gun. They just don't. Like,
Yeah, well, yeah,
they
but
don't
Or, like,
bother trying to like
Half of them
figure
don't
out
know what a
gunpowder.
droid. I think the better way is half of them don't know what a droid looks like anymore.
but anyway,
No, they're not. There's that. And like theoretically, depending on what you may have done, disseminating information to these people that they have something that may be valuable might come back to bite you later, or it might not.
Depends on how you handle the planet for the next few years. If you get the good.
Well, it depends on how the planet gets handled the next couple of weeks, possibly. But
yeah.
Oh yeah.
to be fair, I also don't know how easy it's gonna be for like a crafting an entrepreneurial Springfolk to like get in contact with the Separatists and be like, "Hey, you want shiny rock? We sell you shiny rock."
I also to try also if we send information that the peoples that send the Mandalorians were the Separatists, I don't think they'd want to.
Anyway,
But
I don't want I don't
by
want
the
to
way,
keep.
those are the staff on the greatsword.
Oh, sweet. Yeah, I don't want these people living in ignorance of what is potentially in their hands, for better or for worse. It's like,
Well, so the master smith kind of looks at one of the swords and kind of thinks about it and says, "Well, it's very strong. It's very good steel, and
Mhm.
I can't say it's really truly sacred. It's not like the mountain is. My accent is all over the place.
actually, do you know what?
but
Oh wait.
It is important to us.
Mhm.
So we will keep it in mind.
Mhm.
My men, my smiths will fight in their own way to keep the secret safe." He kind of
Mhm.
taps his chest. It's not for everyone. And the Jaeger folk are kind of like, yeah, it's not for everyone. No,
Mhm.
important to us. It's very symbolic, Like I said, every one of these classes kind of has their like big signifier to be like, you're ready. And so for a Jaeger folk, you go out and hunt something by yourself, and when you come back, you get a sword, which is probably made by a Schmidt folk who is showing that he knows what the fuck he's doing, kind of a thing.
Like they're probably like
Mhm.
bark of like adulthood or like I guess approval is being able to afford something with cortosis in a sense.
Yeah, because like I said, The material is remarkably energy resilient, which means it is a huge pain in the ass to forge because you've got to superheat it and get it start to get fluid and alloyed.
You have
they
to
can do it.
know the
They've got
proper
special
length and
techniques. Yeah.
time. Yeah.
You got to know just how to do the coal, etc. Anyway,
Mhm.
Lucky, you were saying something before I kept going talking as that guy. In my
Oh
funny
no,
voice.
I was gonna do something, but like I thought the way he was going with it was like he didn't think the metal was actually that important. I was about to all right, sort of light time, but
No.
yeah.
He didn't want to phrase it as because it isn't. It is culturally significant. It's not literally sacred or magic to them, but it is part of their lifestyle and highly symbolic. It
It's a
is
mark
traditional.
of a tradition.
Yeah, it's a mark of tradition and cultural position. So they will not, keeping in mind they know that it's valuable. They tell you that their intent is not to trade it willy nilly.
Mm-hmm.
However, in its unworked form, if it's valuable, they could always guarding it more carefully and asking more to trade for it. Which is I think that's what you're after is just making them more self-aware so they don't
Yeah.
they don't get shenanigans like guys trading for shiny yellow rocks or anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, all right, so you share that with them. Anything else you want to cover here?
No, I think that's it. We passed the trials. We informed them of what's at stake. We informed them of what they have. They're set to meet us in 2 days' time. We had deep thoughts. Aramaa has now a new nugget of wisdom in her list, which simply reads, "What are you to a mountain?"
That's a good one, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You're not gonna import Europa's wisdom about being flexible so you can carry a lot and not break.
I think I will.
You mentally gain more encumbrance.
Because I
Value.
thought about how her being an artisan and because the Jedi do have those. They have people who do nothing but teach how to make lightsaber hilts, make lightsabers, make other arts and crafts, do other weird shit, artisanal things. So she's got kind of, interestingly enough, almost like an artisan's opinion on things, because it's hey, materials, truly strong materials bend, but if they're not strong at all, they're soft and they don't stop anything and they don't hold anything. But if they're too rigid, they break.
Or you'll be too soft. But do not be.
And then she can turn it into kind of a funny analogy by saying that because you're flexible but strong, you can carry a lot. That's a
rigid.
carrying is a big metaphor, guys. It can mean a lot.
You may shatter. Okay, I think the best way I can put it is be not too flexible, for you will be too soft, but be not too rigid, for you may shatter. I think yeah.
Oh, actually, I'll do. I realize that she's got computers 4. I'll drop that in mechanics 4 because that makes more sense.
Mm-hmm. All right. Cool.
All right. So
we're wrapping up. I have a weird thought to bring up, but it's
sure. We're winding down. I think you guys are basically going to set up back for Nomad Camp directly.
Yep.
Okay. There's no need to concern about that. So we're in final thoughts time before I figure out how much EXP I want to give you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking a 10 or a 15. We did 3 things.
I'll do a math. But
Yeah.
you had a thought before that? Or is that
I
exactly
was
what thought?
we were thinking about if there was gonna be a weird spiritual mode for the clones. I really kept thinking back of what when I listened to clone people talk about the Clone Wars, and I think it was an episode, or I think it was in a book where it's about them talking about clones, a thing where they show the chips in the clones, and then basically I wonder what Boots and Camo would react if they ever learned about the fucking brain protocol. And
Yeah, I don't know. That may come up.
I don't know what they feel about if it's oh, our last objective is to basically go against our entire chain of command and be okay with it.
Well, yeah, if you actually go that far, that is a side arc later where that guy gets got hard. But just the concept of the knowledge of the control chips is still a
that's just kind of unnerving to I think at least Camo, where it's oh, I've never actually had free will. Or at least I've
Yeah.
never supposed to have free will in the end.
By the way, I put cross-posted a stat block for later. Should I put that? No, I've never really shared big entity stat blocks per se,
No.
but I can talk. I've talked about it before. She's got an array of force powers and some talents.
I have a weird line in my head where it's like, it's
Rough.
like, am I supposed to be just a clanker made of flesh?
I mean, it's a thought.
Mhm.
I mean, arguably even to the Kaminoans, no, but there's also a lot of like weird spooky shit going on in the Clone Wars that we may or may not touch upon.
Yeah, it's
Alright,
just it's just like I feel like that's kind of like similar degree of like a Jedi spiritual mode for the clones, but that's a separate thing.
I mean, you can still have positive. Boots had a very spiritual moment with Aramaa in the Medbay once, talking about
Oh,
the
that's
Force and
fair.
stuff.
I'm more thinking about like I guess it's like spiritual dread, I guess, because it's more about
I
like.
think that's because you're an anxious person, Axe, and I don't mean that as a value judgment.
No, okay, that's fair. I deal with that.
But we'll see.
Mm.
Boots
Yeah.
should have thoughts. Boots thoughts.
Boot thoughts.
I'm sure he's got them somewhere in there. They're in his boot. When he pours the sand out, the thoughts come out. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with unfortunately only 10, but that's because you did do two very distinct things. You dealt with the Raiders, got the raid runner, and you dealt with the Springfolk village.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And the
I
Cook
doubt
Company
we
on
could do
10.
the weird. Here's a weird thing. I did leave Boots alone at the fucking Smith because I need to go tell Aramaa about the thing I just figured out. I just found out.
Actually, that is true. Like, I think that's as good a case as any for your motivation. The mission. The moment a mission thing happened, you ditched your brother, which at the very least caused stress briefly.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, oh,
So yeah, no, that's fair. You took some flack for that. You can get the bonus 5.
okay.
Anybody else do anything really interesting with
I'm
theirs?
taking people who are counting on me because the whole situation with this kurtosis, like, it's like, oh no, these people are potentially in danger because of this. Like, I must take
Yes, you
that.
did definitely go out of your way to like do some extra work on them when you figured out some shit was afoot. That's
Yeah.
fair.
Yeah. I
Seek
see
a
the
force.
I don't
mean,
no. I
you
think
under-
Yeah, I can't. It was pursuit the force, and I didn't really do that.
no.
so-
I think you did. You went with this trial with us, and why it wasn't necessarily force related in its own. Oh, yeah. Actually, that reminds me.
Okay, so semi background spoilers. It is also actually absolutely force related.
Hey.
Aramaa, if you did your special Moralian power,
No, I was about to. I was gonna ask before, like when I met Yarnin at the end. I wanted to use my
yeah,
special
you want to
sense
go
on.
ahead and
It's against her discipline check though, so
oh yeah, it's opposed discipline.
because I didn't mean to. I
Yeah,
didn't mean
so
to do
it
that. I
is.
just spaced on it.
I think that would probably be
So
crazy serious run, but
Right,
probably
so-
be like red perp.
right, so going through the mountain was a force thing.
Well, yeah, as I
Okay.
think.
Like, and as I said, like,
As in most spiritual places in this.
yeah, I'm spending Destiny because why the fuck? not?
Yeah, she.
Well, that
could
gives you
de-
3 yellows, which is good.
She could.
Well,
decline, but she
yeah, if
chose
if
to go through
if
it.
Aramaa pulls through with this, we'll see how that goes, because that might actually give you some more canonical explanation.
Cool.
Okay.
You say red per?
She should probably have. Oh, actually, no, I meant rep per. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Then I'm
Okay,
gonna re-roll
try
that
that
for
again.
reasons.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, try that again.
Holy shit. That's a weird roll.
That was a bad roll, but
That was
also,
a-
yeah, no, it's sorry, that was my bad. No, it's supposed to be red perp. Technically, she should probably have more discipline, but it's not really meant to be like a super
She
dangerous
old.
check.
Okay.
Success. Yeah, so yeah, she's FR1 and probably has a morality of 50.
Mhm.
Like in the middle. She does not live her way like the Jedi way of pure pacifism, but she's not a dark sider either. So medium morality and is force rating 1.
She
It's not very strong, but she
Force-sensitive
has
lady.
the maybe not force sensitive exile, but like there's a couple of different force sensitive templates. Yeah.
Mm.
And you definitely get the impression both from the trial and from talking about it that but while not all Weezefolk are force sensitive, if you develop force sensitivity in their culture, you end up in that class basically. And the trial is absolutely basically a force training mechanism to like people who don't have the force can still pass it, but it's a lot easier if you have the force, as you have seen.
Basically, you learn how to cast Seek.
Yeah, it's like learn how to extend your senses and stuff, and other people can still do the spiritual trial, but yeah, no, it's absolutely a force thing.
Okay. So I guess right motivation then counts.
Yeah.
Okay.
Unfortunately, that once again probably means only Boots doesn't get his. His is about family and brotherhood and stuff.
Yeah.
Again,
And it's not any clone tier.
That will come up
yet.
probably next session when we're dealing with the whole convoy.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, you are bringing a bus full of clones to you, so. Yeah, I think we'll probably. Obviously, if you guys want to do any prep time, feel free to think about it over the week. But we'll probably time skip the couple of days.
Yeah,
Or like a day and a half.
You
Yeah.
guys meeting together and getting everybody in, and then talking about stuff.
Yeah.
it's like
If anything, this feels like a weirdly like a Red Dead thing of like we gathered all the factions together. Now let's make them hope we can make an army to go fight this one thing.
I don't know. Actually, I feel this is very Star Wars. Actually,
Oh yeah,
I mean, it's also very Star Wars, but it
Yeah.
has a lot of resonance with other RPGs. When Marth made this comparison earlier, I was thinking about Dragon Age quests.
yeah,
Oh.
yeah, definitely.
Wait,
But like,
what did I say?
I
You
don't know.
talked about how earlier, I think it was still off mic, but it was when I stepped away one of the times to go bathroom. When I came back, you were talking about how it feels very much like a video game, how you go to all the places and talk to all the people and bring them together in a big thing.
Mhm.
Yeah, where you do there's certain trails that are going about.
I mean, in this case, it's like they have no reason to like not put it up to a degree.
I mean, there were choices that you could have made with the raiders that would have been like immediate fighto. I think it was even suggested at one point that you just go up and bloody their noses.
Yeah, but
Um,
no.
No, you managed to smooth that over, and you roll pretty decent, even though there was decent defensive pools there.
Mhm. It's like I'm made for talking to people.
I mean, hey, you might bring them together to a degree, or at least make it where they're like are on good terms with each other. Just at the
Well,
end of
definitely not with the Raiders, but unless I can get
Not
them, unless I can get them to do something else besides raiding, which is possible.
Depends if we find out
I
anything
mean,
about
you
the
are talking about how you might need to protect stuff. You could turn them from
until like the fucking like their own
raiding to
National
like
Guard.
pseudo protection racket, basically.
Yeah,
But
basically.
we'll,
yeah,
we'll
I
see
know.
how this shakes out.
Yeah.
They could also all die horribly as red shirts. You don't know.
I don't know. I don't.
We'll figure out how that goes. Yeah.
There's what did I say? There's like between 15 and 20 of them. There's plenty of red shirts there. Ikari's a nemesis. She'll be fine. She's got nemesis stats.
Ikari will probably just get a scar or two.
That's what you
She'll
do.
be fine. She's a big, strong, beefy lady. She's got brawn 4.
She'll probably cleave a guy in half with that sword.
Actually, yes, probably. Wait.
I mean, if
shit,
it's a
gotta do my back math. Did I?
It's like plus damage, 3 damage.
No,
She
I
has,
did
like,
not. I
reflex
don't think I
fun.
took into account her. Oh no, I did take into account feral strength.
Oh, what's feral strength do in that case?
Feral strength is like your point blank or like that thing Boots has that gives damage, but for melee. For every rank of feral strength, your brawl and melee attacks do +1 damage.
How
Yeah.
much she got of that? Because
She's got feral strength 2, so her Cortosis greatsword does damage 9.
base 9. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, she with Pierce 1, so she's got a sword that does about as much damage as a rifle.
Yeah, that's scary.
Anyway, all right, let us end all recordings and get on out of here. And I gotta dig up a thumbnail, I guess.
I gotta figure out a song.
Yeah. All right, bye everybody. Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh.
Wookie noises.